Ladies, the big Valboski here, Val Venis, the captain. And I'm about to walk into these doors and do myself a career interview with the Hannibal TV.
This is Hannibal from thehannibaltv.com, and we are here with WWE legend Val Venis, who was also a wrestler, of course, in Mexico and Japan and other places that we're going to get into. And right now he works mainly in the marijuana industry. How are you doing today, sir?
Doing well, man. Doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing excellent. And I guess you live out here in Phoenix now?
I do live here in the Valley of the Sun, Phoenix, Arizona.
How do you like it compared to cold Canada?
Canada is beautiful, man. I love Canada, no question. Down here you got lower taxes and you got the sun shining all day long every day. So there's definitely some, there's like a magnet down here in Phoenix, Arizona for me. But yeah, I miss Canada. Don't miss the taxation, but I miss Canada.
Were you a wrestling fan growing up?
Absolutely, yeah. I loved wrestling growing up. Going back to the Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair days. Even when I was a kid watching Hulk Hogan defeat Iron Sheik to win that title. I was a little kid at that point in time. Yeah, so I've been a huge fan of professional wrestling all my life.
And I guess you grew up, somewhere around the Oakville, Peterborough area.
Yeah, I was born in Oakville. Actually Mississauga, but we lived in Oakville when I was born. And then we moved to Markham during my teen years, and then after that moved to Peterborough, Ontario, Canada, and that's where my family is currently at, still in Peterborough.
And I heard you used to race motorcycles a little bit in your younger days.
Yeah, I raced motocross pretty much all of my younger life, right up until I was about 18, 19 years old. And then took off, left Canada, and started wrestling.
And I understand you were trained by the Missing Link?
I was trained by the Missing Link and his son, Jason Sterling.
How did you end up running into them?
So it was one of those things where, I was wrestling all through high school and whatnot. And there was I guess Jason Sterling was teaching for another small school in Hamilton, Ontario that had started up, and I can't remember the name of the guy that started that school. I was only there for a very short period of time before Jason's dad opened a school. Or I guess Jason and his dad had opened the school, and so I started training with those two, and that's really where I got my start.
I read Jason's dad's book, and it was a pretty interesting book. He actually was into marijuana a lot, from what I understand. Was he into it in those days as well? Because I know he went through periods where he was off.
So when it comes to the Missing Link being into marijuana, I heard the stories back then. He used marijuana almost religiously at many points throughout his life. At that point in time, marijuana wasn't even on my radar. I was anti as anti could possibly be. I didn't know anything about marijuana other than the lies that I was indoctrinated to believe through the education system and the media.
And he was also a guy, I don't know if you ever heard this, he liked nudist colonies. I don't know if you ever heard those stories.
Yes, the Missing Link and his nudist colonies. He did like those nudist camps, let me tell you. I heard plenty of stories about them over the years, that's for sure.
Do you have any stories about him himself that people might not know that used to be fans of him?
Not really. Dewey was very much... it's hard to explain. Dewey was kind of an enigma, I guess, in the school. We didn't really know a whole lot about him. He would come out into the backyard and teach us a few things here and there, but for the most part it was his son Jason that was doing most of the technical stuff when it came to teaching professional wrestling.
Do you think he could have had a better WWE run? Because I think he ended up quitting or something right around his peak. He didn't get along with some of the office or something like that, from what I understand, because he was getting a big push there.
Yeah, I don't know the ins and outs of the story that happened with Dewey in WWF at the time. I do know he looked fantastic, and he was a tremendous showman, and he garnered attention everywhere he went. One of those guys that was always in shape, even up till the day he passed. And so could he have had a much better career? Probably, absolutely. I believe that. Dewey Robertson was definitely the type of guy that I think Vince McMahon fell in love with, character-wise. But whatever happened business-wise between the two, that's something I was never really privy to and don't know a whole lot about. But yeah, I believe if the stars aligned correctly for Dewey back in those days, I think he could have had a massive WWF career.
So I guess you probably started on the Canadian independents, and it seems like you pretty much fairly quickly went to bigger federations.
Yeah, I started in Canada and did a few spot shows here and there. One of them was with Ricky Johnson. He had done my first show was in Regent Park in Toronto, which is it was at a school in Toronto there, and that was my very first match. I had met Sexton Hardcastle at the time, who's better known as Edge these days, and so that was my first time that Edge and I had actually met. And so we started there, and what happened is Edge stayed in Canada, continued to do the independents there, and I had left Canada and started doing smaller organizations like All-Star Pro Wrestling in England for a year. Then I went to Ozark Mountain Wrestling, then it was Mexico, or Puerto Rico, then Mexico, then Japan. So I went around and did a lot of the smaller organizations while Edge did a lot of the independents in Canada and the United States.
How did you like Brian Dixon when you were wrestling for All Star Wrestling?
Brian Dixon he was always really good to me, man. I starved over there, no question, but everything was taken care of. I mean, it was all I had to do was keep my mouth shut and my ears open and learn, and that's exactly what I did. And I had a lot of fun doing it, and I would never change anything in that case. I spent a year over in England, and it was an incredible introduction to wrestling full time, that's for sure.
I guess you were doing the Butlins camps at that time.
I was doing the Butlins camps in England at that time. Yep, lost a lot of brain cells at those Butlins camps, let me tell you.
And you got booked in All Japan pretty early in your career too, and they were just coming off a huge run. How did you end up getting booked there?
I was wrestling in Puerto Rico at the time, and Shane Sewell and I were a tag team called the Canadian Glamour Boys. Shane had left Puerto Rico for a small amount of time, and Puerto Rico then tagged me up with another pro wrestler named Rex King. Rex had known Johnny Ace and had worked in All Japan Pro Wrestling several times, and so it was through Rex King that I got my first full-time wrestling job. Via Johnny Ace. So Rex kind of introduced me to Johnny Ace and got my first full-time wrestling job. We went over there as a tag team, Rex and I did. And started out that way. That's how I got in there.
Was Giant Baba still alive at that time?
Yes, Giant Baba was still alive and well at that time, and he was at most of the shows that I was at. And it was an interesting time in pro wrestling, that's for sure.
How was his wife to deal with?
I didn't really have a whole lot of dealings with his wife, but every time that we spoke, that we had any kind of interaction, she was very, very professional. I've heard stories in the past, but I never witnessed those stories myself or anything even remotely close to those.
I guess Johnny Ace would have been one of the bookers for All Japan then?
Johnny Ace was the booker for All Japan at that point in time.
He was always known as a really good finish guy. Did you have any experience of him giving you finishes?
One thing I will say about Johnny Ace is the man can come up with finishes, really good finishes. If ever I was, at a loss and like writer's block, you kind of get wrestler's block, I guess it is, trying to come up with some really cool idea for the fans that would, a really cool idea for a finish that would, the fans would really enjoy. And sometimes you run into a writer's block, so to speak. And Johnny Ace was always the guy I would go to kind of break through that writer's block and get a little more creative and come up with a suitable finish.
And you mentioned being a tag team with Shane in WWC Puerto Rico. He ended up staying there for years, and I believe he married a Puerto Rican. What was your experience like in that company?
Wrestling in WWC in Puerto Rico was almost like a dream come true. Shane and I have been tagging for a little over 2 years at that point in time, off and on, of course. And when we first got our full-time wrestling job in Puerto Rico, it was basically we fly down there. We were going to be given one shot, and it was in Caguas. It was on a Saturday night, and if we did good, they would negotiate a deal with us. If we didn't do well, we were going to pay our own ride back to Canada. Needless to say, we flew down there, we did the shot, and immediately as soon as we got back in the locker room, they started negotiating with us, and we came to a deal. And, that started our deal in Puerto Rico, and it was awesome down there. I loved wrestling in Puerto Rico. Back then, it was still 5 nights a week, 5 nights a week, 52 weeks a year. There was no time off down there. So for a guy that's trying to get as much experience as fast as possible in the professional wrestling industry, at that time working 5 nights a week, every week all year long, was a tremendous opportunity, and I took full advantage of that. And I think Shane did too. And Shane went on to become a big star down in Puerto Rico.
Yes, that's for sure. I was actually down there a bit after you were down there, and you were had the legendary status down there as well. Did you ever have any pay issues working for Carlos?
Did I have pay issues working for Carlos? Plenty.
And you ended up debuting in CMLL with the Steel gimmick. Is that a gimmick you came up with?
The Steel gimmick was, I believe, created by Paco Alonso down in Mexico City. Paco Alonso was the main man at Arena Mexico, and they offered me that mask, and I took one look at that mask and I said, that's a badass mask. Hell yeah, I'll take that job. And hence the Steel character was born.
How was Mexico compared to Puerto Rico? Like the environment of living there, as far as crime and like the quality of life as a wrestler?
In Puerto Rico and in Mexico, I think in terms of what's different, definitely the wrestling's different. Puerto Rico's a lot more Americanized. Mexico's more like a gymnastics show, really. It's in characters as well. Mexico, to me, wrestling-wise, is completely different compared to Puerto Rico when it comes to living there and the quality of life. I love both Puerto Rico and Mexico. I always heard about massive crime rates in Mexico City, and yeah, there's definitely crime down there. We're talking about, 22 million people living in that city. It's one of the largest cities in the world, so crime's to be expected, but it's not like you walk out your door and you see crime. In fact, I was down there almost 2 years and never really saw any other crime other than watching cops pull people over and extort them for going 5 miles an hour over the speeding limit. That's the only crime I saw was state-sanctioned crime. Is there crime down there? Obviously there is. There's lots of crime down there, but the quality of life and the fact that people need to worry more in Mexico than in other cities, I don't believe that's true. I think it's all media hoopla.
And is it true you actually learned how to speak Spanish while wrestling for these companies?
I learned to speak Spanish more in Mexico than I did in Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, they're Americanized, and a lot of people speak English. And when you're not forced to learn Spanish, you just learn the basics, basically. When I got to Mexico, it was more of a necessity to learn Spanish. And one thing I will say about this, when you're forced to learn a language, the learning aspect of learning that language becomes a lot easier. I don't know why, I can't explain it. When I was in Puerto Rico, I had a desire to want to learn Spanish, but maybe it's that easy, you can't figure this out, so you just speak English. And of course, a lot of Puerto Ricans speak English, so they can respond in English. In Mexico, it's for the most part of Mexico City, it's Spanish, that's it. And I don't know what triggers inside the brain, but when you're forced to learn a language, it's really easy to learn it.
When did you first start having contact with WWE?
Started having contact with WWE through Victor Quinones and Bruce Pritchard at the time. And, we talked a few times. I was in Mexico when I finally got the call to come up and do a tryout match up in Des Moines, Iowa. And so flew up to Des Moines, Iowa, did the tryout match, and then went back to Mexico. And then I got another call shortly after that asking if I was interested in doing the Val Venis character. And you didn't have to twist my arm to take on that Val Venis character, I can tell you that much.
And just before we get into that, Victor Quinones, I knew him from IWA Puerto Rico. I know he had some connections with WWE, but at that time, what was his job with WWE?
So Victor Quinones was a businessman. He worked for himself. He was more of a scout, I guess you could say, for WWE. And him and Bruce Pritchard had some business dealings. Victor Quinones had his fingers in a lot of different organizations, CMLL, a couple different organizations in Japan as well. And then, of course, he had his connections in WWE, one of them being Bruce Pritchard as well. And so Victor Quinones was a great asset in terms of making other connections around the world. And like I said, he was a businessman. He was always straight up, and he was a guy that you could trust.
So they came to you with this Val Venis character. Was it a standard 3-year contract, or did they have longer plans for you since they already had a character in mind?
We did the standard 3-year contract for my very first contract, and then went on to 5 years after that.
Okay. So how did they approach you with this character?
I was in Mexico City. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning, and the phone rang, and I picked it up, and it was Vince McMahon on the other side. And he was in the room with Vince Russo. And he basically said, hey, we have this character. The name is Val Venis. And he spelled the last name Venis. And he said that Val Venis is a former film star turned pro wrestler. Now, in my head, I'm thinking, former film star turned pro wrestler, that's kind of like Jesse Ventura, the Hollywood Ventura thing. It's already been done. It was kind of one of those things where I was like, I'm already going to turn this down. And then when he said Val Venis is actually an adult film star turned pro wrestler, it was like, ka-king, twist my arm, I'm taking it right there. And Vince was telling me at the time, think about this for 24 hours just to make sure you feel comfortable doing this character, because if you don't feel comfortable doing the character, it's just not going to work. Well, I didn't need 24 hours to take on that character. I felt totally comfortable doing that character, and I was definitely looking forward to it the second he mentioned it to me.
And for the vignettes, there was a lot of vignettes before you made your debut. Were those all filmed in one block of time, or did they do those over several weeks?
We did all the vignettes in 2 days. I was still, under contract in Mexico basically, and had to finish up there. And so we had 2 days. We cranked out all the vignettes, and then I went down to Mexico while the vignettes played up in the States, and I went back down to Mexico to continue working. Yeah, Jenna Jameson she was in one of those vignettes. Jenna Jameson's a hot bird. There's no question about that. She was very professional there. A lot of people want these crazy stories and stuff, but she came in. She was very professional. We did our job, and then went and did our own thing after that.
What was the initial fan reaction you were getting when you debuted with that character? Because you were a heel, but the vignettes were pretty entertaining, so there's a lot of people that liked the character, from what I recall.
The character did not pan out the way we expected it to at the beginning. I think the way we all envisioned it, including Vince, was I was going to be harping on the guys while putting over their girlfriends and their wives. And I was supposed to create a division there. And so when I went out, I was dogging on the guys and I was hitting on their women. And lo and behold, everybody, including the guys, loved it. But it was at a weird time in professional wrestling. I mean, you had Stone Cold Steve Austin, who, let's face it, if he was doing that character 10 years beforehand, he would have been a straight up heel. So it was kind of a weird time in professional wrestling because you had these guys that were logically heels, but the heels were really becoming the new baby faces of professional wrestling. And the Val Venis character was designed to be a heel, but it looked like the fans were changing and there was no fighting it. It was a babyface character.
And your first major angle was with Kai and Tai. Any memories of that?
Yeah, the Kai and Tai angle was that was a fun time in TV production. It was probably one of the most memorable aspects of WWE programming. I think it's something that not a lot of people are going to forget about, and to be a part of creating those memories for wrestling fans is definitely something I'm honored to be a part of. And working with Kai and Tai, I mean, those guys were all professionals, and hey, rest in peace, Mr. Yamaguchi-san. It was a pleasure working with you, my friend.
Jeff Jarrett was your first pay-per-view match. He was a pretty big star at that time. Any memories of working with him on that show?
I loved working with Jeff. Jeff was always he was a professional. He was a great worker. He was easy to work with. It wasn't like pulling teeth trying to get things done with Jeff. Jeff was always a consummate professional, and I enjoyed working with him from start to finish.
And John Wayne Bobbitt, I forgot to mention this was part of the Kai and Tai angle. What was that like, having him involved in a storyline?
So, yeah, John Wayne Bobbitt, that's a character. Probably, I just got to say this, John Wayne Bobbitt is hands down probably one of the dumbest men I've ever met in my life. I don't really understand him. And, it's one of those things where he makes a lot of dick jokes non-stop, 24/7. It's one of those things where at first it's kind of funny, then it just kind of gets obnoxious, then it kind of gets to the point where you're just like, is this guy really alive? It's one of those things I don't understand the guy, I really don't. Working with him, I'm glad it was very short-lived working with him, and nothing really against the guy on a personal level, but the less I can talk to that man, the better it was for me.
I guess you weren't traveling to shows with him then?
No, I was not traveling to shows with John Wayne Bobbitt.
So you also worked with Dustin Rhodes when he was Goldust. How was that?
Working with Goldust was awesome. It was one of the highlights of my career. I learned a lot working with Goldust, a lot of things I never really thought about before in terms of slowing down inside the ring. He really helped me. I just have a natural desire to want to rush through different things and speed through things in the ring, and it's just the way I am as a natural human being, and it's something I constantly have to remind myself when I'm in the ring to, hey, slow down, let this sink in a little bit. And Dustin was somebody that, just watching him work and working with him at the same time, I watched how he slowed things down where it really made different parts of the match even better. And when you can see that happening, for some reason, it makes it easier to be able to control that urge to want to pick up the pace in the ring when you really need to slow it down a notch or two.
And you did a little angle with his then wife, Terry Reynolds. Was that awkward at all, or was it all just a job for you?
It was all just a job for me. Terry Reynolds is a beautiful woman. And she was very professional to work with. Both Dustin and Terry Reynolds were very, very professional.
What do you think about Dustin having a main event match at this upcoming All Elite Wrestling first pay-per-view against Cody?
All Elite Wrestling. I don't know a whole lot about it. I will say this. When I found out that Dustin was going to be working his brother at AEW, I became intrigued. It's something that I think it'd be a good kickoff. for that company. I don't know a whole lot about what's happening between AEW and WWE, if there's heat there or what's going on. But hey, watching Cody go from being a rookie in WWE to then becoming a veteran in WWE to then really taking his career to new heights on the independents after leaving WWE and then becoming a promoter himself, it's going to make for one hell of a life story once he's retired, that's for sure. I wish Cody all the best. The guy's a smart dude, and I think if he keeps his head on straight and keeps focused, I think he could be one of those guys that gives Vince a run for his money. I don't think anybody should discount Cody Rhodes.
And apparently there is a bit of heat because WWE recently pulled Undertaker and Kurt Angle from the autograph session Starcast that's associated with AEW, I guess, due to seeing AEW as competition. And just before I get off that subject, would you ever consider being an agent or anything like that for a company like that that's only going to run, from what I understand from talking to Jim Ross, once a week?
Would I be an agent? Would I consider being an agent for AEW? Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where, the wrestling business is in my blood. It's always going to be there. And to see a new company come up and have somebody like Cody Rhodes at the helm who's got a vision for the company, it'd be an honor to work there for sure. One thing I do want to take a look at as I go in and really find out what's going on with AEW. Like I said, I really don't know a whole lot about how AEW is being brought up, but just looking at past companies and analyzing those past companies and really what their downfalls were. And, I could be wrong, but just from analyzing those, I would say the downfalls of past companies are there are too many heads pulling in the companies in different directions. And with WWE, you have one man, you have one vision, and that's Vince McMahon. And when you have that one vision for the company, and you have Vince McMahon saying, you either jump on this moving train and you help Vince McMahon reach his vision, or you step off the train, that really creates a vision that is focused for a company. And I think that's really what pushed WWE to become the biggest wrestling company in the world. When you take a look at WCW, TNA, and other small organizations that have come up as well, you see a lot of different heads that have a bunch of different visions for their particular company, and everybody's trying to pull the company in different directions. There's no clear-cut vision for what the company wants to accomplish, and you have some talent playing ball with this vision, you have some talent playing ball with this vision, and the company just gets torn apart. And I see that happen over and over and over again. And like I said, with WWE, it was one man, one vision, and you help that one man reach that vision or you step off the train. And if AEW can have one man, Cody Rhodes, and have his vision and have everyone else coming behind to make that vision a reality, you could probably have a very successful company. If the company falls back into the rut that other companies have fallen back into, where they bring other people that have been prominent in the business into the company, but they've been so prominent that they let them lead storylines in whatever direction they want, you're going to have more heads pulling the company in different directions and no clear-cut vision. And I think that's a big downfall for pro wrestling companies.
And you worked a lot with The Godfather as a tag team partner in your WWE run. Any thoughts on him?
Working with The Godfather is a blessing. I love Godfather. He's probably one of my favorite guys in the locker room. I loved working with him. It was like a night off every night working with him. He was a lot of fun to hang out with. He wasn't one of those, crazy party guys either. So, I just hang out with Godfather and chill, and nobody gets in trouble. We all get to the gym in the morning, work out hard, and So yeah, Godfather's definitely one of the guys that I'll always look up to in pro wrestling for sure.
And you feuded with Ken Shamrock. A lot of people remember that feud. How was he to be in the ring with?
Working with Ken Shamrock was it was intense. Let's face it, the guy's probably one of the most intense guys to ever step into a WWE ring. There are other real intense guys as well, but Shamrock, he was off the charts intense. And of course, working him, you could just probably the most intense that I have ever become inside the ring as well. There's something about a man's intensity that is over the top intense, and it just kind of rubs off on you. And I think it elevated my game a little bit to a higher level than it did prior to working with Ken Shamrock, and really taught me how to control intensity as well. Sometimes wrestling becomes so intense that you can kind of get off the path of what you're trying to accomplish inside the ring at that point in time. Working with Ken Shamrock, even though my intensity would go through the roof, working with Ken Shamrock, it was in a very controlled manner, which is something I'm pretty sure I lacked before working with Ken Shamrock. So if I could take anything away and make a solid claim right now of what I came away with working with Ken Shamrock, it was acquiring the skill of controlling intensity.
Did you enjoy the angle you did with Ryan Shamrock?
I absolutely enjoyed the angle I did with Ryan Shamrock. Ryan Shamrock was a phenomenal woman, beautiful. She was very, very professional, and I haven't talked to her in a long time. Don't know how she's doing now, but I know she had a kid. She got married, I guess, at one point, and yeah, she was really cool to work with. Really, really cool. I liked working with Ken Shamrock and Ryan Shamrock as well.
Now, you don't have to answer this, but I gotta throw it out anyways. Obviously, there's a lot of interaction, especially now with all the females in the dressing room, with romances with males and females. You actually did a lot of romance angles with WWE women. Was there anything more with any of the girls that you worked with over the years?
So romances in WWE were, and they still are a thing that's just going to happen. I mean, you have men and women there, and it's just, it's bound to happen. For me, no, I never really, got involved with any women in professional wrestling at that point. It was one of those things where I was there to do a job, and I had a lot of other things on my mind as well, very politically minded. So it was one of those things where my mind was always occupied with something other than, trying to get some.
And Missy Hyatt has said that a lot of her book was false. Is that story of Missy Hyatt's false, that you were once with her?
Yes, Missy Hyatt. I actually just saw her at a convention up in Newark. And so she came up to me and she goes, "Were you mad at me about putting that story in there?" And I was like, I don't really care. I don't really care what she says in her book, to tell you the truth. It's just, whatever it is what it is.
And you worked a lot with the Road Dogg. How was that, and what do you think about the position he has these days, as I think he's head writer of SmackDown?
Yeah, Road Dogg's he's tremendous talent. Road Dogg was always one of the best guys to have in the locker room, and I think a lot of that had to do with his ability to make people laugh. He was always very funny. His timing was impeccable, and he was one of those guys that when he walked into the locker room, within about 5 minutes, if the mood of that locker room was subdued, he was the guy to bring that mood up, and he did it every time. He was a likable guy. He was a funny guy. I don't think anybody had issues with Road Dogg. To watch him go through his career, to go from being a worker to going into some, let's see, some pretty tumultuous times for him. He had a failed marriage at the time. There was some addiction issues at the time, and to watch him bottom out and literally take control of his life and clean up and get to where he is now as one of the head writers in WWE. I think he actually just may have stepped down from head writer, from what I heard. I don't know whether that's true or not. But to watch him go from where he was to where he is now is an inspiration. It's an inspiration to a lot of wrestlers, I think.
And you worked with China as well, who's I guess now in the WWE Hall of Fame. How was your dealings with her?
China was a consummate professional. She was always a hard worker, somebody I truly admired. I mean, watching her work out in the gym, and I worked out with her several times in the gym, and let me tell you, she pushed hard in the gym, and obviously it showed in her physique as well. But she worked incredibly hard. Again, that China was another one that had left wrestling. Things had fallen apart at that point, and she fell to a let's just face it, it was probably the lowest point of her life at that point in time, not long after she left WWE. And then to watch her really try to dig herself out of that hole, and it looked like she was doing really well for a certain period of time. And then, of course, she ended up passing away. But working with China in WWE, hands down, was top-notch, professional all the way. She was somebody I looked up to during her time in WWE.
And did you have any interactions with Sunny behind the scenes?
Sunny is a character. I think Sunny's crazy. I think, I hope
Well,
Sunny...
she is legitimately crazy now.
Yes, yeah. I think Sunny's always had a little bit of a craziness issue. I like Sunny. I just think she's crazy. I think she's completely off her rockers. There are times. I'll give you one little story about Sunny. There was a time that Mark Henry and I were sitting at the commentating table during the daytime before the doors open, and we had the headsets on, and we're just joking around, right? And Sunny had walked up to me and pulled the ear thing off of my head and leaned down and whispered into my ear and said, "I'm into bondage." And I jumped up, threw my headset off, and I went, "Whoa, that's way more than I needed to know." And Mark Henry's sitting beside me going, "What'd she say? What'd she say?" And so that was that was a little bit of a kicker with Sunny, but she was crazy. I mean, she was one of those that pushes the envelope all the time, and she did it in WWE programming, push the envelope, and she also pushed the envelope a little too far in her real life as well. She's obviously paying a pretty hard price right now for some of those decisions. She's got to get better at making better decisions. Otherwise, as far as I'm concerned, she's got a foot in the grave. And of course, we all know where that leads.
And I have to ask you, because of your character, if you watched her porn video.
No, I have not watched Sunny's porn video. I don't know if I can bring myself to do it. I think it's different when you know the person. And it was the same thing with China's porn video. I can't bring myself to watch it.
Yeah, that's understandable. Now, Paige didn't make porn videos, but she had some highly controversial videos released. Did you see any clips of those that were all over the internet about a year or so ago?
I saw Paige's porn video completely by accident. I was at a show, I believe it was in Chicago, and I walked into the locker room, and sure enough, there's a laptop open with that video playing, and I went, whoa! And yeah, so I accidentally viewed about maybe 6 or 7 seconds of that video. It was one of those things where I stopped and I looked at it, and I'm guessing about 5, 6, 7 seconds, maybe, I don't know, maybe even 10 seconds. I kind of shook my head and realized, oh shoot, I'm watching this, and turned around and walked away. But yeah, I did actually get a glimpse of it. Am I surprised that WWE kept Paige on after the video's release? No, not so much. WWE it's a business, and so if you can, take some lemons and squeeze them and get some nice fresh lemon juice, why not? I think Paige is a moneymaker. And so, yeah, she had a sex tape that came out. Yeah, it definitely wasn't her fault. And number two, if she's making money for the company, keep her. That's what the company's there to make money. If the company's not making money, people don't have jobs. If people don't have jobs, they don't have a roof over their head. So, when WWE looks at, certain talent, if you're making that company money, yeah, definitely, firing somebody over a sex tape when you're making that company money is I don't think would be a wise decision.
And you worked a lot with The Rock, who I guess a lot of people would say is the most successful wrestler of all time. What was it like being in the ring with him?
Being in the ring with The Rock was a lot of fun. It was like another night off. Let's face it, Rock's not the greatest wrestler in the world. When I say it's a night off working with The Rock, it's because he does most of the work, and most of his work is stick work. And so to get in there with Rock, it wasn't like he's a really great wrestler. He knows very basic moves, but he knows how to do those things well. And so it was always a night off working with The Rock, and it was an honor to work with him. It was a pleasure to work with him, and that guy could have a good match with pretty much anybody. And it was an honor working with The Rock.
How did you find him behind the scenes?
What you see with Rock on TV is basically him amplified 100 times. Rock's always been a super, super nice guy, very, very professional, probably one of the most professional guys that I've ever seen in the locker room, and a go-getter. The guy is nonstop. He's constantly working. And that's really one of the main ingredients to success is you don't stop moving. You keep your goals focused, and every decision you make all day long throughout life should be decisions made that will help you obtain your ultimate goal. And Rock was one of the guys that did that day in and day out all day long. He kept moving. He kept making decisions every day, all day long, even little decisions, in ways that would propel him towards his goals. And that's something I think a lot of people can learn from is his tenacity towards constantly trying to achieve goals.
And how was working with Mankind?
Mankind, he's a character, let me tell you. Mankind was another really easy guy to work. Super easy to work in the ring. Really doesn't do a whole lot of wrestling in the ring. A lot of storytelling, which is a lot of fun to engage in. A lot of comedy as well. Had a lot of fun working with Mick Foley. He is a Democrat though, and so I don't think he's very political, but he is a Democrat, and so that's a negative. That's a negative against you, Mick Foley. Negative.
And Steve Austin, you're well remembered for your matches with him, and you fought him on the SmackDown main event on one of the episodes of SmackDown when it was hitting ratings peaks. Any memories of working with him?
Yeah, working with Austin was a challenge in intensity once again. It goes back to the intensity of Chris Benoit. If it came to matching someone's intensity with Chris Benoit, definitely Stone Cold Steve Austin would be up there. Getting in the ring with Steve Austin was a test in cardio. It was one of those things where even with Benoit, for some reason, I would never blow up working with Benoit, even though we would be going 100 miles an hour. With Austin, for some reason, it was one of those things where by the end of the match, I was blown sky high. And I loved working Austin. The intensity was there. I don't think the intensity was any more than it would be with Chris Benoit, but for some reason, I always seemed a lot more blown up by the time I was done a match with Austin. I don't know whether it had a lot more to do with facials and expressions inside the ring combined with professional. I'm not sure exactly why I was blown up more with Austin than I was with Benoit, but there was a significant difference in how much energy I was using working with Austin than I was working with Benoit.
And I've heard Steve didn't have a big ego for the star that he was in those days. Is that true from what you experienced?
Yeah, I don't think Steve had too much of an ego at all. I think he was there to make money, and he was there to work hard, and that's what he did. I think he did an incredible job, really garnering the attention of the fans, the respect of the fans, and of course, putting asses in the seats and selling tickets benefited all of us.
And you worked with the British Bulldog a few times. How was he in the ring?
British Bulldog was easy to work. He was, been around for years and years at that point in time, and so to get in the ring with him was another night off. There was so many guys that were so easy to work in there. I will say this though, to watch the British Bulldog move around in that ring when you're in the ring with him, as opposed to watching him move around as a fan outside of the ring. He was an imposing figure. He was definitely an imposing figure in WWE, and to watch him move in that ring was, I guess you could say, classical in a way. He was very much the classic British Bulldogs type of. I'm trying to really find the words for it. When I think of British Bulldogs, I'm thinking classical 1980s wrestling. And the way they move, the way they talk, the way they present themselves inside that ring, and to watch that reenacted with the British Bulldog when I was in the ring with them, it was like a dream come true. It was really awesome.
And you worked with Kurt Angle a lot. He's another guy that I would guess you may have exerted a lot of energy wrestling.
With Kurt Angle, you would be surprised. That's another guy. So right now, you've mentioned three guys that I would consider the three top most intense guys in WWE. You got Chris Benoit, Steve Austin, and of course now Kurt Angle. With Kurt Angle, he was another guy that I never really blew up in the ring working with him, and it was odd. It's something I've thought about several times over the years. I didn't blow up too much with Benoit, didn't blow up too much with Kurt Angle. With Steve Austin, a couple of times that I worked him, I was blown sky high, and I could never figure out why that was, because all three of those guys are equally intense, and working with Angle was easy. It was solid. You knew you were getting in there and you were going to come out roughed up, but it was fun. It was one of those matches where it makes the fans question: is this really going on? Is this real, what I'm watching? And when you can make fans question that, you're doing your job really well. And I think we did that very well when it was Kurt Angle and myself.
What do you think about his recent retirement at WrestleMania this year?
To watch Kurt Angle retire, I think it's reminds you of how precious time is. Time goes so fast. It still feels like yesterday that he started, and to watch him, hang up the boots, it's a reminder. Hey, time moves, and it moves fast, and it's not stopping for anyone.
Another one of the all-time greats that you worked with was Eddie Guerrero. Any thoughts on him?
Yeah, Eddie Guerrero was a stellar performer. The guy was off the charts amazing. We had some tremendous matches over the years, and he was one of the guys I got into the ring with, and even before that match was over, I was already looking forward to getting into the ring with that guy again. He was one of those guys that when you walked into the arena, you were praying you'd see your name next to his on the card. And every time I did, it was, yes, I got Eddie Guerrero. And so, working Eddie was phenomenal. I think we gelled. We had some really good chemistry. And we really didn't have a whole lot of material planned out. Whenever I had to work Eddie, most of it was just off the fans, just playing off the fans. And he was just that easy of a guy to work.
And a lot of people enjoyed when you were working with Trish Stratus, with her as your manager. How was that, and do you think they could have gone longer with that?
Working with Trish was an honor. I remember when Trish first came into WWE, and she was a go-getter. She wanted to learn. She was willing to put in the time, and she did it. She became one of the top female wrestlers in WWE history. The time I spent with her was really incredible. It was, she's a beautiful woman, and she garnered attention, and she was always wanting to be a part of whatever was happening in the ring. Now, there were times when Test and her would butt heads, and that was always entertaining for me because Test was his own man and Trish was her own woman, and to watch those two butt heads they were like walking home entertainment centers for the Big Valboski is what they were. I would just sit back and eat popcorn and watch these two fight. But as far as working with Trish, it was awesome. She's a tremendous performer, very professional. She always got done what she needed to get done, and she did everything really well.
Were you close with Test?
Test was one of my best friends in WWE. I was very close with him, yeah.
I guess when he passed away, that was probably pretty shocking to you.
Yeah, when Test passed away, that was a dark moment in my life. It was one of those things you don't realize how hard something like that hits you until it actually hits you, and it's I don't know, man. Still, that's even hard to talk about even today. I mean, Test was a big, healthy dude, and the pills, man, those pills, they got him. I mean, what else can you say? It is what it is. The pills got him, and it just like they've gotten so many others, and it's always hard. But when it happens to one of your best friends, it's, man, yeah, I mean, you're at a loss for words.
And shortly after the Trish Stratus group, you joined the Right to Censor. Is that something you were happy with doing?
The Right to Censor would not have been my choice. Not something I particularly enjoyed doing. I understood the political motivations behind it because we did have the Parental Television Council that were lobbying advertisers of WWE Raw to pull their advertising revenue from WWE programming, and that was the PTC. So I understood Vince's idea of mocking the PTC with the RTC, and so politically I understood it, but did I enjoy doing it? Absolutely not. I work hard in that ring. I sweat a lot, and to wear long pants with a shirt and a tie and sweat as much as I do, did not like it at all. And it was getting away from the Val Venis character, which I loved performing the Val Venis character.
Yeah, because there was rumors going around that you actually didn't want to do the Val Venis character anymore. I don't know if you probably are aware of that, but so that's false.
Yeah, no, I never wanted to stop doing the Val Venis character. I always wanted to do the Val Venis character. I did want to take it in other directions, but the core, excuse me, the core of the Val Venis character I wanted to keep intact. And there were just other storylines that I wanted to pursue. And it seemed like when Vince Russo left, to me, on my end, it felt like the rug got pulled out from the Val Venis character, and it was shortly after that we started moving towards more of a PG company.
And you worked with The Undertaker. I'm guessing that was probably one of the highlights of your career.
Yeah, working Undertaker was definitely a highlight. I think any pro wrestler, especially coming up through that time, they always had a goal of getting into the ring with The Undertaker. And so, yeah, it was an honor to work with Undertaker, and it was something I cherish. Yeah, he's easy to work, very professional, and something I definitely cherish for the rest of my life.
And you returned under the old Val Venis gimmick in 2002, and you had some matches with Mr. Perfect. What was he like to be in the ring with?
Mr. Perfect was another one of those guys that I would consider one of the top performers in the industry. When he was the Intercontinental Champion years before I was, he was somebody I looked up to. He was one of those technical guys. That's one thing I liked about the IC title is it always seemed to be the very best technical wrestlers that would go for that IC title, and Mr. Perfect was one of those guys. And to get into the ring with a guy that I always looked up to for his wrestling ability, not so much for his character. I really didn't care for the character too much. I thought it was a cool character, but at most that was about it. But his wrestling ability was something I very much admired. And, he was very, very confident in the ring, very confident in executing different moves, Great drop kick when he would, send a guy off into the ropes and he'd take that one step up into a 2-foot drop kick, and it just looked so effortless. And he was just one of those guys I always watched and studied and tried to emulate in many different ways.
Were you on that flight with him when he had that amateur match with Brock Lesnar?
I was not on the flight that saw Brock Lesnar and Curt Hennig get into a little scrap. I was not on that flight. I did hear all the stories, but unfortunately I was not on that flight.
What happened there? Because I actually never heard the stories really, other than the rumors about it.
Yeah, so from what I understand is they had some words. Not exactly sure what those words specifically were, because I've heard a bunch of different stories as to what those words were. But we'll just go along with there were some words. And of course, they both got in each other's faces. And the next thing that I was told happened was they were locked up and they were, I guess, slamming each other into the emergency exit door. And it was a little worrisome for some passengers on that plane for a certain period of time. And I don't know the whole story behind it. As like I said, I've heard a bunch of different stories as to what led up to the ruckus. But yeah, apparently when they were fighting, when they were locking horns, they were smashing into that exit door. I guess an emergency exit door.
I guess that was why Hennig got released at that time, but he probably could have gone for a while longer, couldn't he have, with the shape he was in?
Yeah, I think Curt Hennig could have gone for several more years. The guy was always in incredible shape, and he was one of those guys that he put in the time, and he always set goals, and he did everything all day long, making decisions that would lead him towards the goals that he set. And so he was just one of those guys that was always in top-notch shape.
And you teamed with Edge for a while. I guess he was your brother-in-law at the time?
Yeah, Edge was my brother-in-law for several years there. He was married to my sister for a lot of years. And Edge and I tagged a few times, yeah.
How was that, and do you still talk to Edge?
Yeah, working with Edge was really good. It was Edge is one of those guys, very, very creative, comes up with a lot of good ideas. He's passionate about pro wrestling like no other, and working with him was really incredible. When I found out that him and my sister were getting divorced, it was one of those things where I was saddened by it. It was that they were butting heads. I kind of had an inkling they were going to get divorced just because they're two very stubborn people, and it's two stubborn people. Neither one of them are going to budge, and so that was really just a matter of time in my view. But Edge and I haven't talked to him in a long, long time, but every once in a while, we'll run into each other and say hey and what's up, and yeah.
And you had some matches with Chris Jericho. Any thoughts on that and the star that he's become in recent years?
Yeah, Chris Jericho's another guy he's built a brand, and he's continued to build that brand. He's passionate about pro wrestling, and he makes decisions based on what goals he sets for himself. He makes those decisions all day long, even little decisions. All day long, he's one of those guys that sets a goal, and every decision he makes throughout the day is a decision that's going to lead him closer to reaching his goals. And of course, he's set many different goals throughout his life. Becoming a rock star, boom, done. Becoming a pro wrestler, boom, done. I mean, this guy knows the ingredients to success, and he does it all the time.
And you worked with Batista in his earlier days, and he went on to become a big star in wrestling as well as the movies. Any thoughts on him and what it was like to be in the ring with him?
Yeah, Batista was the beast. He was a beast, no question about it. He was he looks like $1 billion. Always a professional dude. Always a guy another guy that's he sets goals and he makes decisions every day, all day long. And those decisions that he makes are going to be based on what's going to lead him to his goals. And you can see how that's worked for him as well. Everything he tries to do, he succeeds in. And to watch him become a huge star in Guardians of the Galaxy and in WWE as well, it's incredible to see these guys really obtain the goals that they set for themselves. And I think, people should really be looking up to people like that.
And I remember around the time that you wrestled Batista, I had a WWE tryout at the same time as Bobby Roode, and he told me you had gotten him the tryout. Could you tell us about your relationship with Bobby Roode?
Yeah, so Bobby Roode. So I used to work at a bar in Peterborough, Ontario, Canada called the Purple Rooster, and I was a doorman there. Bobby Roode was also a doorman there. Now, when I left, and that's how I knew Bobby, we worked together quite a bit, for quite a while, actually. When I left Canada and started wrestling full-time, I went to England, then it was Arkansas, then it was Puerto Rico, so I was gone for a lot of years. When Shane and I, Shane Sewell, who's my tag partner in Puerto Rico, decided to take a summer off and come back to Canada and get our feet wet in promoting. We had never promoted wrestling shows before, so we decided we were going to try and promote a show up in Bancroft, Ontario, Canada. One of the things we needed was security. So I reached out to Bobby Roode, who I hadn't talked to in a few years at that point. And I said, "Hey, Bobby, are you still working at the bars?" He says, "Yes." I said, "Hey, do you want to get some doormen together and come up and do security at my wrestling show?" And he was like, "Yeah, I can get that done for you." So Bobby kind of became the head security guy for my wrestling show in Bancroft, Ontario, Canada. And we did the wrestling show, and right afterwards, Bobby came up to me and he says, "Hey man, can you teach me how to do this?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to be here for the summer before I got to head back to Puerto Rico, so I'll set the ring up at my dad's house in his backyard, and we'll train you there." And so Bobby came up to my dad's house, and I started training him in the ring there. And he picked it up super fast. Super fast he picked the basics up. I mean, probably one of the fastest guys to pick up the very basics of professional wrestling that I've ever run into. I mean, flat back bumps, the very first time he did it, boom, and he just did it again and again and again. And it was just, picked it up faster than anybody I've ever seen pick it up. And from there, I went back down to Puerto Rico, and I guess he made his way out to, I believe it was Scott D'Amore's, I could be wrong, but I think it was Scott D'Amore's organization at the time, and he continued training under Scott D'Amore's group. And then at that point in time, Shane had spoken with Carlos Colon down in Puerto Rico, and I got him shot down in Puerto Rico as well. And from there, he just started working and taking off. And he was just one of those guys that he saw wrestling what it was, and he was already somewhat of a gymnast anyway, so doing athletic things was just natural to him. And he picked it up super fast, and he had a passion for it, still has a passion for the business today. And to see him become a huge star in TNA, and now has moved over into WWE, and keep our fingers crossed that they send him to the moon in WWE. He's definitely got the talent and the skills to make that happen. So just keeping my eyes open and seeing what the company does with him.
And there's a story online, apparently you got a severe injury from some gym equipment falling on you.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago. I was doing some rows on the cable machine, and I guess the bolts, I don't know whether they had a flood in the place or whatever the case it was, but the bolts that had bolted the machine into the ground, I don't know whether they rusted or what over time, but they snapped. And as I was pulling, the whole weight stack was at the top of the weight stack, because I had already pulled the weight close to my chest here. And when I had it close to the chest, the bolts had snapped, and the whole machine just came straight down on my head in the blink of an eye. And it cut my head wide open, really, really messed up my neck pretty bad. And that was a scary time.
Did the gym owners take care of you in that situation, I guess?
It was one of those things where, it was in Canada. They have a healthcare system up there. I'm not a big, hey, let's go and sue this guy type thing. It was one of those things where, accidents are accidents. I was going to heal, and I'd be fine and move on to it. The gym owner, however, I was obviously going to be out of wrestling and not earning money for several weeks at that point. And at the time I was just get the stitches in, get the swelling down, get back on the road as fast as possible. But it was the gym owner that came to me and said, hey, listen, I pay insurance premiums for this. I said, if you're losing money in wrestling, here's the insurance number, get a lawyer and give that to him. And so that's when I started thinking about it and started thinking, I am losing a lot of money here, taking time off of wrestling. Maybe I should do this. And so we went after the insurance company for the amount of money that I did lose, but nothing more.
And you worked in Angle with Eric Bischoff, I guess, after you came back from that injury. How was it like working with him?
Eric's a professional, man. Eric's a businessman, very, very professional, knowledgeable, and passionate about, doing everything he does extremely well. And to work with Eric was an honor, and is something I would love to work with Eric again going forward in the future at some point in time doing something. I think he's so multifaceted. I think there's a lot of different things that Eric could be useful for going forward for sure.
Did he have a lot of heat when he made the jump to WWE?
Did Eric have a lot of heat when he made to WWE? Not that I know of. It was one of those things where, when Eric came into WWE, I think it was more of a shock factor at first. Like, whoa, really? The guy that's literally almost put WWE out of business, maybe not out of business, but certainly was, making Vince shaking his boots for several weeks. It was like 80 some odd weeks he was beating us in ratings. And to see him in WWE now, and then of course you take a step back and you're like, well, this is professional wrestling. It is a business. It is about making money. That's controversy, and controversy creates cash. So it made perfect sense. But yeah, when you're not thinking about the business aspect of it, you're only thinking about the storyline aspect of it. Yeah, you take a step back and you're like, whoa, what's going on here? And then you're thinking, oh yeah, it's just money.
Was there ever any WCW offers to you around the time that your first contract with WWE was before? I think it was 3 years you said, so there was a period of time where you possibly could have jumped?
Not while I was in WWE.
Okay.
Before I signed with WWE, I already had the Des Moines, Iowa tryout match booked with WWE several weeks in advance. And before I had the opportunity to perform in front of WWE, I did get the opportunity to perform on the dark match in Nitro in Cincinnati. And so they flew me out of Mexico, WCW did, and I went and did the match. And now Eric says he doesn't remember meeting me, and that may be true. It was back in a time, I had long bleach blonde hair coming out of Mexico at the time, and he had seen so many different talents. Of course, the Val Venis character wasn't even created at that point in time. I was still just known as Sean Morley or Steel from Mexico. In fact, I think I was originally introduced to him as Sean Morley, Steel from Mexico. I believe that's how I was introduced to him. But yeah, we talked a little bit, and then I was basically at the end of that little hoopla of a meeting, I guess. I was told basically, well, I understand you have your meeting with WWE in a few weeks, and the last thing I was told, whatever WWE offers you, at least call us and give us the opportunity to match it. And I never did. I went when I was offered the WWE contract. I took that contract, and I think a lot of that had to do at the time is I probably would have gone back and forth and negotiated. One thing I noticed with the WWE locker room, there wasn't really any tension in the locker room. The guys were all really cool. Everybody was getting along. Obviously, you have, your talent, having disagreements and whatever, but that's just normal. When I was in the WCW locker room at the time, it seemed very, very cliquish. It seemed like you could cut the tension with a knife. And I felt very uncomfortable in that business environment. And so just sitting, and I remember Jericho was one of the guys that walked up to me after I had done my dark match. I had been introduced to Bischoff and I had come back to the locker room. Jericho came up to me and he goes, "Don't come here, man. Don't come here." And it was one of those things, if WWE makes you that offer, go there. He was one of the guys that, and I never really asked him why he was saying that. I just kind of assumed I could feel what was going on in the locker room. There was cliques, and these cliques weren't just normal little friends cliques. These cliques there was a lot of tension between them. At least that's the feeling I got. And it was very uncomfortable. And I compared that to the WWE locker room, and I felt very, very comfortable there. And so that was one of the reasons I did not negotiate back and forth, or at least give WCW the opportunity to match it. I just, I negotiated with WWE only, and we came to a deal, and I took it.
And I highly doubt you would have become as big of a star if you had gone to WCW, because they had very few homegrown stars. And as you said, with all the cliques fighting for positions, a new guy isn't going to have much of a chance.
True. I think going to WCW, I probably would have been lost in the crowd. And during that competitive time, obviously WCW was trying to lock up talent so WWE wouldn't get that talent. And like I said, I felt a lot more comfortable in the WWE locker room than I did in the WCW locker room, and a lot of that had to do with the cliques that were all jockeying for position. And again, that goes back to having so many different heads in a company pulling the company in different directions, and it takes away from what really should be a clear-cut vision for the company. If you don't have a clear-cut vision for the company, there's nothing for the fans to grab onto. You got some fans that'll grab onto this vision, you got some fans that'll grab onto that vision, you got some fans that'll grab onto this vision, and everybody just gets torn apart. And so the one thing I saw with WWE was you had Vince McMahon's vision, and you had all the talent, all the producers, and all the employees getting in behind Vince to help him develop that vision. The fans understood that vision because there's only one vision. They recognized that vision, they understood it, and they loved it. And that's what I think makes a company really gel with the fans. When the fans understand what the vision is, they agree with the vision, they enjoy that vision, it's not confusing to them, and it sells tickets. They're more than willing to give the money for those tickets to enjoy that vision. But when you have a company that's got 4, 5, 6 different visions, fans don't know what to grab onto. And I think that's a big downfall for professional wrestling companies.
And you teamed with Lance Storm in the latter part of your WWE career. How was that?
Lance Storm's one of the best technical wrestlers that I've ever gotten to the ring with. Hands down a consummate professional, straight up guy. Always running that straight and narrow path. And one of the fun times I always had with Lance was never letting him know that he throws one of the best drop kicks in the business. And always, one thing I always admired was a really good drop kick. Something I could do okay drop kick is what I could do at best. It was just something no matter how much I tried, I could never throw a really good drop kick. And it was something I always wanted to. So I always admired that about Lance, but I would never let him know that. In fact, I would shoot a guy off the ropes and say, hey, drop kick. And I'd hit the drop kick, and I'd look right at Lance like I just threw the best drop kick in the world. And I go, that's how it's done, buddy. And of course, he would tag me in, and he would shoot the guy off, and he'd throw a way better drop kick than me, but I would never tell him that, right? I'd roll my eyes up and go, whatever. It's so, yeah, I taught Lance Storm how to drop kick. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
And you had a match with Jerry Lawler, who's one of the big legends of the wrestling business. Any thoughts on that match?
Yeah, working Jerry Lawler, that was a lot of fun. Never really thought that match would ever happen. It did happen, and if I do remember correctly, I put Jerry over in that match, and I was more than happy to do that. Jerry's one of those classics. I mean, just to be one of those guys that gets into the ring with Jerry Lawler and performs with him is an honor, and it's something that I'll take to my grave with me. I'll cherish that moment for the rest of my life.
And I guess you're partly responsible for CM Punk getting his WWE job, as his tryout match was with you. Any memory of that match, and what are your thoughts on his career?
I think CM Punk is tremendous talent. He's one of those guys that when he came in and he was going to do the tryout match with me, the one thing I've always been big on is telling a story inside the ring, especially in the latter parts of my career. I really wanted to focus on just telling very simple stories inside the ring. And when CM Punk came into WWE to do that dark match, he wasn't under contract yet. They just wanted to take a look at him. I was letting CM Punk know, I said, hey, listen, no one knows who you are at this point in time. Let's just do a babyface match, and then we'll turn you heel during the match. So we'll create that division in the fans. We'll make them hate you with a passion. And then work my leg. We'll tell a story. Take out my knee, work my leg. We'll tell that story. We won't do these triple moonsaults with a half twist. We'll just tell a real basic story. And so we went out there and we did a babyface match. Finally, we shake hands. We do a couple 1-2 kicks out and blah, 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 square off. We get the big clap. We go to shake hands. And when I go, clap my hands, and I turn around and walk away, he chop blocks my knee out of nowhere. And the fans immediately turned on him. They had no idea who CM Punk was before he chop blocked out my knee from behind. And now they hate him like that. And it was one of those things where he went straight into work mode at that point. He chop blocked my knee, and the entire match he went laser focused on my knee, and we told the story where my knee's messed up and he's working it, not doing anything really extravagant like you would see bump after bump after bump, moonsaults and all these crazy moves. He literally just worked my knee. And then we made a little comeback. We kept that storyline that my knee was messed up, and the next thing you know, he's signing a contract and becoming a talent in WWE. And it was shortly after that he took that moonshot ride right to the very top of the WWE.
And it looks like, I know he made an appearance last weekend in wrestling, but I think his MMA career might be over. Who knows if he'll ever come back to wrestling or not. What do you think about his decision to kind of drop out when he was at the peak of his wrestling career?
For CM Punk to want to leave wrestling and pursue MMA, I think it's an honorable move. I think as long as he definitely saved his money and is financially secure, making that move to MMA, it's his dream. It's something he's always wanted to do. The fact that he got in there twice and did much better in the second time than he did in the first time, you can still see that he doesn't have the experience that the other guys have in MMA, but he definitely a significant improvement over his first fight compared to the second fight. I hope he fights again. I really do. If he's still in there training like he's only training 2 years at that point after his second fight. That's nothing. I'd like to see him fight after 5 years. Now some people say, well, there's the age as well. Okay. But is it really about CM Punk winning, or is it about seeing him get better?
And of course, as you said, he could fight another older fighter. He doesn't have to fight 20-year-olds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, watching CM Punk fight, I don't think you're looking at CM Punk to fight for a championship match. I just don't think he's got that experience. But to see him fight other people that are in his same age group, or that have maybe a similar type of in-cage experience as he does, and to watch his skills improve, I really think that's something worth watching. That whether he wins or loses, I think is irrelevant when it comes to watching his career. I think just watching the constant improvements would be an inspiration to a lot of people.
Now, you had a very successful WWE run over a decade, but when I announced to my fans that I was going to be doing this interview, overwhelmingly they all wanted to know about what your opinion on how you were supposedly misused in the last part of your WWE run. I understand that there's just different roles on the card for everyone, and you were probably paid very well for your last few years, but what are your thoughts on how you were used?
So the first several years in WWE, I was very, very happy with the way I was used. Obviously, they were pushing me, and it was one of those things where I thoroughly enjoyed my time there. Once we got into the RTC stuff, it became a job at that point. I was like, I don't want to do this, but I'll do it. Understanding the political reasons behind it, I reluctantly agreed to do the RTC gimmick. When I was tagging with Godfather, I think that was something where the ball was dropped. I think we could have done a lot more with that, the supply and demand tag team. So I was a little disappointed in them not really pushing that one to where I really think we could have gone. And we could have been a really fun tag team for a long time. So I was a little disappointed in that. Coming back to the Val Venis character where when Vince Russo was gone, it just wasn't the same. I mean, the writers in WWE, once Vince Russo left, were comic book guys. These were guys that were into comic book characters. And the Val Venis character was definitely not a comic book character. And so we didn't have any writers that were, capable of writing for the Val Venis character. At the same time, you had WWE as a company moving towards more of a family-friendly environment, moving towards that PG area. So there were a lot of things working against a envelope-pushing Val Venis character. And so, yeah, I would say probably the last half of my career in WWE, I was a little disappointed with character development. Yeah, it wasn't a disappointment enough to where, I would say I got to get up and leave. But the thought did cross my mind several times.
And you worked for New Japan Pro Wrestling after your WWE release. How was that?
I always loved wrestling in Japan. Japan's a phenomenal territory to wrestle in. Working for New Japan was an honor. I felt like I really wasn't in the best wrestling shape when I was in Japan, and you really have to be in top-notch shape when you go over there. I was kind of in a position still where I had, just healed up from shoulder surgery, so I still had a long way to go before I was actually ring ready. I was in Japan before I was ring ready at that point. And but I still had a lot of fun over there. It was, Japan's awesome to work in.
And you were a participant in Hulk Hogan's big Australia tour. How was that?
Yeah, wrestling the Hulkamania tour in Australia was a lot of fun. Probably one of the funnest tours that I've ever been on. And I look forward to one day doing another tour just like that. You had Rikishi on there, Godfather, which obviously Godfather and I hanging out, it was awesome, always is. So many guys were on that tour that made the tour so fun. The Nasty Boys were there. They're like walking home entertainment centers. And I smoked a lot of Australian weed down there too, let me tell you. There's some good growers. There's some good cannabis cultivators in Australia. You just got to find them. And yeah, we found them.
Did you have any personal interaction with Hulk on that tour?
Yeah, Hulk and I, we talked quite a bit on that tour, actually. Hulk's always professional. He was very, very businesslike on that tour. And we had some really good conversations on that tour. Like I said, that tour, hands down, was one of the funnest tours I've ever been on.
Hulk is a cannabis user too, isn't he? He's talked about it.
I believe Hulk is a cannabis user. I could be wrong. Don't hold me to that. I've never smoked marijuana with Hulk. I've never asked him about it. I'm going to assume he is.
Supposedly he's been quoted as saying a day without weed is like a day without sunshine.
I will tell you this. Like all wrestlers, Hulk has had his issues with pain pills. He had bad back, bad knees. Like a lot of wrestlers, myself included, the pain pill thing is doctors give it to you and it's a prescription, right? You think it's okay. Even though we know the issues with our friends that have gone down that addiction path, it's still when a doctor gives it to you, you think there's something legitimate about it. There's something safe about it. There's nothing safe about it. You're going to be a lot safer getting marijuana from the local gangster down at the local corner of the local hood than you are going to the pharmacy to buy a clean pharmaceutical opiate pill. It's just one of those things where if Hulk is promoting weed, rather than opiates, hands down, he's got my support 110%. I think more athletes should be doing that. I think marijuana, if you're looking at it responsibly and you're looking at it through the glasses of facts and logic, pain pills should be second and maybe even third attempt at reducing pain. Cannabis should be the number one option, the first thing you go to when you're trying to reduce pain or trying to change your perception of pain. If cannabis works for you, I would stay at that level. And if it doesn't work for you, then maybe think about taking something stronger, and of course something that has, more issues with it, and that would be opiates. But I think cannabis should be the first stop in the road to managing pain and aches and things like that. But it's not. In today's society, your first stop really for managing pain is opiates. And if opiates become a problem for you, if you get addicted to them or anything like that, well then maybe if you can find a doctor that's not afraid of losing his license, maybe he'll recommend cannabis. But it's asked backwards. It really should be the other way around. Cannabis should be the first stop, and if that fails, then move up to opiates.
And you had a brief run in TNA wrestling. You want to talk about that?
Yeah, my brief run in TNA wrestling was a disappointment. I was thoroughly disappointed. Number one, again, I wasn't ring ready at the time. It was one of those things where I wasn't in the best shape of my life, but that was regardless of my issues with TNA. When I went down to TNA, it fell right back into a company where I saw a bunch of different heads with different visions for one company. And so, you had Jeff Jarrett with a vision to pull the company in one direction. You had Hulk with a vision to pull the company in another direction. You had, there were a bunch of different heads trying to pull the company in different directions. And when that happens, you tend to find the cliques in the company, and you tend to find tension in the air. And so it was one of those things where as soon as I see the different heads trying to pull the company in different directions, I've pretty much summed up or come to the conclusion that company's days are numbered.
And I'm going to ask you a couple of live fan questions here. Some fan is asking what your favorite match was.
So my favorite match in WWE, there's so many of them. It's hard to really pinpoint one. I can name a couple, like 98 SummerSlam against D'Lo Brown was a standout match. Of course, all my matches with Rikishi, including the cage match where he came off the top of the cage and landed on my tremendous carcass. And that was an awesome match. The matches that I had with Chris Benoit and with Ken Shamrock as well, those were awesome. As far as do I have a favorite match, it's hard to say. Most memorable, I would say the two most memorable would be Rikishi coming off the cage, definitely that match, and SummerSlam 98. It was my first time wrestling in Madison Square Gardens, and it just so happened to be a pay-per-view. And so that was two standout matches for me right there.
And is there any segment that you were in that stands out?
Any segment that I was in that stands out? Yes, the segment that really stands out for me, and it had nothing really to do with wrestling other than the fact that this segment that I'm about to share with you led into a wrestling match. And a lot of your fans may remember this. I believe it was called GTV at the time, and I was in the restroom taking a piss right next to the Big Show, who was also taking a piss. And I kind of leaned over to Big Show, kind of looked down, and then looked up at him and said, "And they call you the Big Show?" And of course, Big Show finishes his business, does up his zipper, turns around, and then grabs me by the back of the head and launches me right into a wall. And when I heard the arena, the fans in unison inside that arena just bust out laughing, I was like, that was one badass moment in WWE programming right there. Very, very memorable.
And another fan question is, what are the chances of Donald Trump abolishing the Federal Reserve?
What are the chances of Donald Trump abolishing the Federal Reserve? That would be that would be hands down the number one thing that any human being on the face of God's green earth could do to benefit America. The Federal Reserve, it's a bunch of criminals that have a product called the U.S. Federal Reserve Note. We tokenize the value of our labor in that Federal Reserve Note. We expect the value of our labor to be protected by that Federal Reserve Note. But what happens? Those central bankers at the Federal Reserve turn on the printing presses and they literally create more currency, more Federal Reserve notes out of thin air. When they do that, it's called counterfeiting. When they do that, the value that you trusted would be protected inside that US dollar, like a ghost, gets sucked out of that US dollar. So what does that mean? Well, it means that it will take more of your US dollars to buy the things that you would have bought with less US dollars the day before. And so where did that value go? The value, literally like a ghost, gets sucked out of the US dollar that you already worked for and gets placed into the new dollars that are being printed by the central bankers. Well, what do they do with that value? They go and they give it to their crony friends in terms of loans, or they go and buy themselves mansions, or the businesses or media companies. So the value that you have protected in that US dollar is literally being stolen from you, and you still see a dollar sitting in front of your face thinking nothing's been stolen. The value of your labor that you placed and trusted would be protected in that US dollar is getting sucked out of that US dollar by central bankers. They're literally stealing it from you. So for Donald Trump to ban the Federal Reserve and abolish them and get rid of them, and have solid money like a Bitcoin, or it'll be some kind of cryptocurrency, or a gold or silver, something where no banker can go and print more of it and steal the value of your labor. I think that's the best thing that could ever happen to America. It's the best thing that could ever happen to anybody that actually works and exchanges their labor for other issues of value. In this case, it would be money. Whether that's Bitcoin or gold or what, as long as it's not Federal Reserve notes that your value that you tokenize in that dollar can be stolen from. When you tokenize the value of your labor in Bitcoin, for example, there's no central banker that can go and print more Bitcoin and steal the value. That value is locked into that Bitcoin. So if a Bitcoin buys you 10 chocolate bars today, it's going to buy you about 10 chocolate bars 1,000 years from now. Inflation becomes almost non-existent with solid money. So for Donald Trump to want to get rid of the Federal Reserve, that's a damn good thing for America and the world.
Is there any wrestler that you wanted to wrestle that you never had the opportunity to get in the ring with?
A wrestler that I've always wanted to wrestle and never had the opportunity to get into the ring with? Yes. Probably would have to say Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Definitely. I would love to have worked Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. It's one of those guys that, like a Mr. Perfect, he was glass smooth. He did everything with perfection. He was a hard worker, and definitely one of the guys I would have absolutely loved to have climbed into that ring with and performed with.
What's the funniest rib you ever saw pulled in wrestling?
The funniest rib I ever saw pulled in pro wrestling? Man, that's a tough question. I can tell you one of the... It's hard for me to say what the funniest rib is, but I can tell you one that happened to me that I will give props for. It was a pretty good rib, and that was when Al Snow had put my cell phone number, on Live Raw on USA Network. He was doing a pre-tape where he was trying to find Pepper. Big Boss Man at the time had stolen his little dog Pepper, and so every week Al Snow was doing a vignette on Raw, if you found Pepper or whatever, he'd cut a promo. And so one day I was walking during the daytime, this is long before Raw starts, I was walking down the back hallway towards the locker room, and I saw Al Snow way down at the end of the hall with the TV crew, and they were going to tape their vignettes. And as I was getting ready to make a right turn to walk into the locker room, I heard Al way down the hallway say to the producer, "No, that is Val's." And so I stopped and I looked down the hall and I said, "Hey Al, what's mine?" And he goes, "Oh, nothing, I'll tell you after." I said, "All right." And I walked into the locker room not thinking anything of it. Later on that evening, the show's on, I go out, I do my match, I come back into the locker room, and there's a monitor in our locker room. Now I'm completely covered in sweat. I'm standing there with my hands on my hips, just waiting to cool down to stop sweating so I can go into the shower, change, and, get ready to move on to the next city. In the monitor, I'm watching Raw live. Kind of half paying attention to it, half not. And I noticed that my cell phone rings in my bag, so I reach down, I pick up my cell phone, and I answer it, and the other person on the other line says, "Is this the phone I called to when I find Pepper?" And I was like, "Who's Pepper? What are you talking about?" And I hung up the phone because they wouldn't answer my question, and I hung up. As soon as I hung up, it rang again. And the second time I answered, it was a lady on the phone that said, "Is this the number I called to find Pepper?" And I'm like, "What? How could they? What the heck? Pepper what?" And then I started listening, and the whole locker room was dead silent. And immediately I look and I can see on the monitor that Al Snow's just wrapping up his whole Pepper thing, and he had put my number live on the air, and I knew it right away. It all clicked in, and I was like, "Oh, no way." And I hung up the phone, and the second I hung up, it rang again, and I went, "Oh!" And I turned around, and Al beelines it out the door, running, laughing his ass off the whole way down the hall. And so my number was all over USA Network, and the second you hit hang up, it would ring again. And it did. I turned it off. 2 hours later, Test and A-Train and I are driving down the road to the next city, and A-Train asked me, "Hey, is your phone still ringing?" And I was like, "Hey, good question, let's find out." And I go and turn it on, and sure enough, as soon as it got reception, this is 2 hours later, as soon as it got reception, it's ringing. My voicemail box was already full. I think at that time it only held 50 emails or something like that. It was already full, and it just rang, and I had to get the number changed. The next morning, it was still ringing. It was insane. Really good rib.
How hard was it for you to get a job in the marijuana industry?
Getting a job in the marijuana industry was difficult. When the dispensaries here in Arizona first started up, it seemed like they were only hiring their friends and their family members, very tight, close-knit people. Understandable. It was a new industry that people were still kind of shaky about here in Arizona. And so it was very, very difficult to get in. So ultimately what we did is I opened up a cannabis vapor lounge, and I opened it up with a business partner. And my goal really was to, get to know some of the dispensary owners and eventually get into the dispensaries. And so I started to meet people. People were coming into our vapor lounge that worked at the dispensaries. I met a couple of the owners as well. And the next thing I know, I'm getting an interview at Health for Life dispensaries, and got hired on there. And but getting in, that was a year-long process of meeting people just by opening my own cannabis vapor lounge for patients. We didn't sell marijuana in the vapor lounge. They had to buy the marijuana at the dispensaries, but they could bring it into our lounge and consume it there. And so I built a rapport with some of the people that worked in the dispensaries and that were owners of dispensaries as well. And eventually got hired on by Health for Life.
And what's your opinion of how Canada is going about legalizing marijuana and the process that it's been like so far?
We got lots of plans to do we got tons of plans, actually. I shouldn't say just lots of plans. We got tons of plans for cannabis products up in Canada. We got MPX International up there as well. Do I think cannabis legalization in Canada is perfect? Hell no, not even close. I think just by looking at the facts, Canada has carved out a narrow path that people can consume and grow, small amounts of cannabis. But still, if you step 1 foot off that path, it seems like the repercussions are even worse than when cannabis was fully illegal up in Canada. So there's still a lot of work to do for cannabis legalization in Canada. I think it's a step in the right direction, but there's still a lot of work to do up there.
Did you ever go back to wrestling in Mexico after your career was over with WWE?
I was originally supposed to go back to Mexico full-time and just do TNA part-time. There were some things that happened at that point in time with TNA and with Mexico where my Mexican work visa basically got torn up, and needless to say, I never got back down there. I started pursuing the cannabis industry after that whole fiasco. But yeah, there was a point in time when I was going to work Mexico again full-time, at least for a year, and then do TNA part-time. But yeah, I started moving into the cannabis industry shortly after that. So,
how have your workouts changed now compared to when you were in WWE?
When I was wrestling in WWE, I was lifting very heavy all the time and doing cardio and eating super clean. After professional wrestling, after shoulder surgery, I kind of got away from that a little bit. You know, I had other goals and other things I wanted to pursue. But I did, you know, I put on weight. I got all the way up to 275 pounds at one point. And started lifting again. And problem was while I was lifting, you know, I was building my muscle back up and I was losing fat, but I was just getting right back to where I was when I was wrestling. And at the time, I had a goal of running a marathon before I hit age 50. Well, I turned 49 in March, so last November I made the decision, hey, I need to run a marathon. I need to, you know, mark that or check that box off on my to-do list. So last November I decided I got to get down to 210 pounds and run one marathon and then go back up. So I've been, went from 275, I got all the way down to 230. And then I started getting really dizzy because I, you know, hit that pretty quick within a few months. And then backed off a little bit, stabilized at about 235, and then continued my way down and got down to about 218, 217, started getting dizzy again. And so now I'm stabilizing around 223, 224. And my goal is to get to 210 before midsummer. And then once I hit 210, I'm going to run that one marathon. Just one, and that's it. And then I'll go back up to 250, 245.
How are your knees holding up and everything after the long career in the ring?
I've been pretty lucky with my knees. I do have a torn ligament in my left knee now. But overall, my knees have been, you know, pretty solid. No real substantial issues other than that one torn ligament. It is a big reason as to why, being 49 years old and getting ready to run a one marathon, it is a big reason why I want to come down to 210. Running at, you know, 260, 270, you know, doing a marathon running on my knees at 260, 270 is not a smart idea at all. So that, hence the reason I'm trying to get down to 210.
And there was a fan asking on here if you had any funny stories about Andrew Test Martin.
Yeah, there's a lot of funny stories about Andrew Test Martin. So Test was one of those guys that could never break cool mode. He always had to be Mr. Cool. And so there was one time A-Train and I were at a club in Toronto called The Government. And we were on the dance floor and we had these glow sticks. And we were just dancing with these glow sticks, just going to town. And we're looking up on this balcony, and there's Tess sitting on the balcony with his hands on the rail with his glasses on, just kind of looking down like with a smug, cool look on his face and not dancing. And we got to get his ass down here to dance. And so A-Train and I went up there and we were trying to convince him to dance, and he just refused to do it. To him, dancing ain't cool. And so he was, no, I'm not doing that. You guys go down there and do it. Well, you know, we were all messed up anyway. So we go down to the dance floor and we start doing all these trippy things with these glow sticks. And the next thing I know, I have A-Train tapping me on the shoulder saying, Val, look at Test. Well, Test had made his way down from the stairs and he was standing right with his back against the speakers and his hands with glow sticks. And he's sitting there with his eyes closed going, with the glow sticks. It was the most, I mean, they got a 6'6" jacked up guy with glow sticks in his hand doing the most insane dance you could ever imagine. It was pretty funny. That was some funny stuff right there.
What were your top 3 cities to wrestle in?
Top 3 cities to wrestle in, definitely New York, Philadelphia, and probably Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Toronto, Ontario, Canada was always a lot of fun.
Were you cheered usually in Toronto even when you were a heel, because a lot of people know you're from that area?
I got a lot of cheers in Toronto. It was one of those things where, man, you walk out in Toronto and you get a completely different reaction than you would anywhere else, and you knew you were home at that point.
Is there any wrestler you grew up idolizing?
Wrestlers I grew up idolizing, definitely Ric Flair, Ricky Steamboat, Kenta Kobashi, Stan Hansen, Mr. Perfect. Those were some of the guys that I really looked up to.
This is a fan question. Do you have a favorite porn star?
Do I have a favorite porn star? I'd have to say Jenna Jameson, just because I worked with her, and it was never really got into porn. She's really the only porn star. I shouldn't say that. I do know another porn star too. What's her name again? She was in the wrestling business, she used to date Blue Meanie. What's her name again? Dang. There's Jenna Jameson, and then the one that was dating Blue Meanie. Do you guys remember her name?
No, well, maybe one of the fans does, but I'm surprised that Blue Meanie actually dated a porn star.
He dated a porn star, and she was famous.
St. James, maybe?
Oh, yes.
Fans saying it on here, but...
Yeah, no, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. She was the porn star that went through a whole bunch of different guys in one porn shoot.
Jasmine St. James.
Jasmine St. Clair. Jasmine St. Clair. Yes, Jasmine St. Clair. That was it. Yeah.
And Blue Meanie went out with her. Wow.
Blue Meanie went out with her. Yeah.
I don't know. I look at him a little bit differently now. And this is a good question from a fan here. What are your thoughts on the comparison of you with Rick Rude?
The comparisons of Rick Rude and myself. I think the Val Venis character was Rick Rude 2.0. It was basically the ladies' man type character, just taken to a whole new level, and that was the Attitude Era compared to the 1980s era.
And where can fans follow you on social media if they want to look you up?
Ooh, I don't know if fans want to follow me on social media, because one of two things will happen: they're either going to love me or they're going to hate me, and so they can follow me on my Top Shelf Anarchy channel. Just go to YouTube/Top Shelf Anarchy. That's my activist channel. And then, of course, my Captain's Show channel on YouTube. It's The Captain's Show. And Captain's is spelled with a K. And that's more of my cannabis related channel. It's also going to be we're going to have a lot of different series coming up on that channel. We're going to get into cryptocurrencies on that channel. We're going to have some professional wrestling shows on that channel as well. So that's going to be more of the fun channel, the investment channel, and the cannabis channel. So the Captain Show on YouTube is the fun channel. Top Shelf Anarchy on YouTube is the activist channel.
And what are your thoughts on the current wrestling scene?
I'm not too into the current wrestling scene right now. I know there's a lot of organizations that are running full-time right now, or regularly, enough to where people can get a lot of work. To me, the wrestling industry itself doesn't really change a whole lot in terms of how business is done, but it does change significantly in how much of that business is being conducted across the country at any point in time. And it seems like the last couple of years, it seems like the independent scene has really blown up huge. And there's a lot more companies that are performing on a regular basis now than there was even, 4, 5, 6 years ago.
Any thoughts on superstar Billy Graham, who we're interviewing tomorrow?
Superstar Billy Graham, there's a character for you. I haven't heard from Superstar in a long, long time. I heard he was kind of in the wrestling news a little bit there after Kofi Kingston won the championship. Not exactly sure what he said, but I know some people were upset about what he said.
He's just trying to get heel again.
Let's try to get heel heat.
That's pretty much it.
Well, that's hey, all the more power to him. I mean, that's a typical wrestling protocol right there, right? I mean, the idea is to get heat one way or another. So if he's getting some heat, that may be a good thing. If they do take the strap off him and he ends up, sliding down the ranks a little bit, maybe to mid-card or upper mid-card, it'll be for one reason. And it'll be because he's just not putting the asses in the seats that the company requires to be put in those seats. And, it's one of those things where I see a lot of guys saying, oh, they put the title on me, they took it off me, they didn't use me right, or they didn't, I hear a lot of that BS. But ultimately, if they put the title on you and they're trying different things and it's just not working, and what's telling if it works? Asses in the seats, tickets sold, merchandise sold. If it's selling, that title is going to be around your waist if you're putting asses in those seats. And so it is what it is. I mean, that's really the only reason they would take the title off of an individual, is if it just was not financially working out for the company. It's a business, and I want the guy that's putting the most asses in the seats to have that title, because that's the guy that's really pumping up most of the paychecks.
And if they had the title, not the same one that Kofi has, but Brock Lesnar was the champion for a long time. He's probably the most mainstream wrestler they have now. What are your thoughts on Lesnar?
My thoughts on Lesnar is the guy is truly a beast. He gets out, he does whatever he wants. He came into the wrestling business and put all his time and effort into really learning the skill. He was a risk taker. I mean, this guy was, when I first met him, he was over 300 pounds and he was doing the shooting star press. Impressive as impressive can be. Completely insane for him to even be trying to do a shooting star press. Not something I would have ever recommended he do. He doesn't need to. It's risky, and it's not going to put one extra penny in his bank account. And so I'm glad that he's really toned down his wrestling, his performance in terms of risk taking. I think he's developed a character that's imposing. He's vicious. He's powerful. And as long as he continues to cater to those characteristics, I think Brock Lesnar is always going to be a mainstay in professional wrestling. But the second you see, a 300-pound guy going to do shooting star presses and moonsaults and things of that nature, it's good for a pop, not good for the career.
And you brought up Chris Benoit's name a few times during this. What are your thoughts on everything that happened with him?
My thoughts on Chris Benoit and everything that happened with him, man, I love that guy. I loved Chris Benoit, man. He was one of the most genuine guys in the locker room, not just in the WWE locker room, but in the professional wrestling world. One of the most genuine guys that you'd ever meet. And never in a million years did I think he would do what he did to his son and to his wife. He built an incredible career, a stellar career, one that's an inspiration to. It was an inspiration to me. It is an inspiration to a lot of young wrestlers coming up. He was hands down one of the best performers in the entire planet, and I think he'll go down in history as one of the best performers to ever live. That career is obviously sullied and by what happened that fateful day. It's one of those things where, on one hand, I look at Chris, I look up to him, I honored him. His skills were unmatched in professional wrestling. He was passionate about the business like no other. He was always a super good guy to hang around. He'd always give you the shirt off his back if he needed to. And then to try to discuss what happened with Chris in the waning days there, how can you take a guy that you held up on a pedestal and then in the same breath call him a coward for what he did? Whether I honestly, and obviously I have no facts backing this up, I don't believe he intentionally meant to snuff out the life of his wife. This is just my guess. I think his wife, probably, under Xanax and alcohol, flipped out and became uncontrollable. I think he put his arm around her neck, probably to try and calm her down. He's all Xanaxed out and alcoholed up as well. And he ended up choking her out, crushed her windpipe, and she ended up dying. I think he then became unhinged when he realized what he just did. I don't think he intentionally tried to kill her. I think, and remember, these are just best guesses. No one really knows what happened. I think he then became unhinged, trying to decide what he's going to do. Doesn't want his son to grow up, knowing that his dad just murdered his child's mother. And I think he, in his own mind, I think he rationalized or attempted to rationalize just taking all three out right then and there. And to me, that's the coward way out. It is what it is. And what can you say? Tremendous performer, one of the most lovable guys in the locker room, one of the guys that, when it comes to wrestling, I think most wrestlers completely 110% respect what he did in the ring, what he did for the industry, what he did in his own career. But when it comes down to his private life, outside of the ring, out from underneath the bright lights of WWE, I think the Xanax and the alcohol got to him. And I think it got to his wife, and I think bad things happened because of pharmaceuticals and alcohol. And I don't think if that day was absent alcohol and Xanax, I think there's a good chance his wife and his child would still be alive today.
And do you see yourself eventually going into the WWE Hall of Fame? You had a long career there. You definitely made your mark.
It'd be an honor to be in the WWE Hall of Fame for sure. I would love to be in the WWE Hall of Fame. They are going to have to stop finding guys for pot, however, because I'd like to be that guy that when I get inducted, or if I ever get inducted into the Hall of Fame, once I'm done doing my little speech, I'm going to crack out the Captain's Canagar. That's right, the Captain's Canagar, a 7-gram cigar that's completely made of cannabis. I'm going to cut that end off of it, torch it, and I'm going to sit on stage and blaze that Canagar while I'm wrapping up my induction speech. And then after I take a few puffs of it, I'm going to start handing it out so it can get puff passed around the entire arena. You think 7 grams will cover the entire arena? What do you think?
Probably not.
Well, we might have to roll up a few more in the back, and as they burn out, hand out a few more.
And last question, just because I'm doing some UFO interviews this week. We are in Phoenix, and there's a lot of sightings here. It could have to do with military testing, but what's your opinion on all these videos out there of unidentified flying objects? Obviously, some of them are fake, but some of them can't be explained.
When it comes to UFOs and things like that, I'm a facts guy. I got to see the facts. Are there real UFOs? I don't know. I do know there's a town called Sedona, just north of here in Arizona, that there's a lot of weirdos that go up there and they look for UFOs. In fact, there's a diner there that's completely done up with a space theme and aliens and spaceships and moons and stars. It's pretty neat inside there. And they got this vortex thing that they have up in the Sedona, and they got some pretty crazy people up there, but it's beautiful. And a lot of these sightings, I think, probably are military stuff that comes from Luke Air Force Base, maybe, which is out in the west end of Phoenix, but they do a lot of stuff, I guess, all over Arizona. And it's interesting. UFO sightings are definitely interesting. I think a lot of them are fake, but like I said, I'm a facts guy. I'm not going to say something is definitively fake unless I see facts backing that up.
And if someone sees this and wants to book you for an autograph appearance or anything, I guess Eric Sims is representing you right now. They could contact him, or is there any way? I guess you've said your social media if people want to contact you too. Yeah,
people can, if you're up in the Northeast and you want to book me, you can contact Eric Sims up there. He's really the guy that I use for a lot of my appearances up in the Northeast. If you want to do something somewhere else, you can contact me on any of my social media. On Twitter, it's at Val Venis, ENT. And then, of course, Facebook is facebook.com/the Val Venis. And on YouTube, of course, you have The Captain's Show, and it's Captain with a K. The Captain's Show.
Well, thank you very much for your time and your very detailed answers going through your career today. Is there any final message you want to say to close this off?
Final message I would like to say to all the wrestling fans out there and to all you pro wrestlers that are coming up through the ranks and looking to make it big in WWE or AEW or Impact Wrestling or All Japan or New Japan or CMLL or wherever it is you'd like to wrestle. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. Try your very best to save as much money as you can, and whatever it is you save, get it out of the US dollar and tokenize that value into some rock solid blockchain supporting cryptocurrency like Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, Vergecoin, Digibyte, some rock solid cryptocurrency that has a maximum cap on its supply. Tokenize the value of your savings in cryptocurrency. Don't leave it in US dollars, because inflation is going to kill you. And by the time you're done, 20 or 30 years of taking bumps in that ring and you can't do it anymore, and the value of all that money that you saved has been siphoned off by central bankers, you're going to wish that you had tokenized all the value that you saved in cryptocurrencies. You're going to wish you had done that. So that would be my biggest piece of advice to pro wrestlers coming up and to wrestling fans that have other jobs.
And today, here on the Hannibal TV, I have a follow-up interview from his career interview last year with former WWE superstar, former TNA superstar. He's wrestled in Japan, Mexico, pretty much everywhere, but AEW. Val Venis, how are you today, sir?
I'm doing well, my friend. I'm doing well.
And you were just telling me about the effect of this lockdown on the economy. Here, where I am in Canada, they have the gym shut down, but the alcohol stores are still open, which I find a little unusual.
Yeah, it's something I don't understand. All of our gyms are shut down here in Arizona as well. Restaurants are closed. Even enterprises like Dunkin' Donuts, for example, they're still serving coffee and donuts, but their dining rooms are closed. I've never seen anything like this. It's incredible. It's amazing to see what fear-mongering campaigns can do to humans within society. It's amazing to see this happen.
And it seems like anyone that doesn't just completely conform to the government, or anyone that like has an issue with their freedom being taken away, they immediately get labeled with, well, I guess you don't care about all the people dying and so forth. But it's my understanding that a lot of people that are dying actually have underlying health conditions. In fact, the vast majority, I believe.
Right. And as soon as you mentioned that fact, that COVID-19 affects the majority of the people with already underlying conditions, the moment you mention that fact, all of a sudden you don't care about the old people. And it's insanity. Basically, what you're describing is something that happens every single year. It's flu season, folks. The difference, I think, this time, or I believe this time, is the fact that we have something else going on in society, and it's something big and it's something huge. And a lot of people are completely blind to it because both the central banking cartel and their hacks in government and their hacks in media are colluding to keep what is actually happening, not just in America, but around the globe, hidden by distracting with what is essentially just a bad flu virus. This idea that we're going to shut down an entire global economy because of a bad flu season is insanity. What are we going to do? Shut it down every year? I mean, we had 80,000 people die worldwide, or just in America, just in America in 2018 from the flu virus, and we didn't shut down the economy for that. Government and the central banking cartel, I believe strongly, is using their propaganda arms in mainstream media to frighten, distract, and lock down the human population. And you started to see a rise up in Hong Kong, for example, against the communist movement there. And where's that protest gone now? It's completely vanished from the airways. And I think they're trying to keep people separated, keep people afraid from being close together, so we don't go up and start protesting when you see an event happen in government that's going to completely change the world. And that's all being distracted by the coronavirus.
And I've been researching it, and there hasn't been a single case worldwide of a single professional wrestler catching this virus. So I find that very interesting considering how many of us there are all around the world in all these different countries.
Right, I agree with you. And who knows, maybe some of them have, but it passes in and out of them like a flu. And some people don't get any kind of symptoms. They literally carry it. Their immune system has already had the antibodies to fight off the flu. They never get any symptoms and don't even realize they're sick. It's like you said, it goes back to people with underlying conditions, AIDS patients, cancer patients, some elderly. Those are the people that need to be concerned. But it's nothing out of the ordinary. Those people should be concerned every single year.
Is your shoot job closed down there? Because I know mine is here. Are you getting any
No,
like regular pay?
yeah, no. Fortunately, our company's still going, Health for Life dispensaries, and we have made some alterations, and it's to help the patients feel a little more comfortable because everybody's running scared right now. So we only allow 3 into the lobby at one time. We closed down the inner flower shop where people would come in and they would buy their product. They actually have to go online or call in and order, and we bag up the order, get it all ready for them, and then they'll come in one at a time into the lobby and pay for it, which kind of takes away from what I believe to be a great cannabis culture. But it is what it is. I mean, that's how people feel at least safe enough to do business. And it's sad. It's sad what the government and mainstream media has done to people's minds, man. They've completely lost their biscuits.
Are you on Kane's side? I know he's said that publicly as the mayor of Knoxville that he feels that they're going overboard. Are you on his side politically in general? I know he's a libertarian.
Yeah, Kane and I used to discuss politics quite a bit back in the day. And yeah, I'm very much on a similar page to Kane. Um, I've gone even further than just being a libertarian. I've gone all the way to, becoming an anarchist. He still has a belief in government, a very limited belief in government. And whereas I do not. I do not have any belief in government. And I have, history's riddled with facts that I can stack up one after another as to why no government is good for private sector humans on any level. But Kane's definitely on a very limited government side of things. And I think he's going to do some great things for Knoxville because statism has affected, parts of Tennessee as well.
So what would you do if you had like a political position and this situation was going on? What would you suggest? Just that the people that are susceptible to it remain isolated and everyone have their own freedom, whether they want to go out or not, or what would it be?
I would advocate that, government are not medical professionals. And they are beholden to big drug companies that want to sell you vaccines and all their little cures. And government has a history of creating problems and then coming around the front side and offering solutions to those problems. And it always seems to be that their solutions come from these big corporations that stand to make billions. And I see the same thing happening here. If I were in government, which I'd never be, because I'd never become part of a freaking criminal enterprise. But if I ever were, I would tell people, hey, listen, I'm here to build your roads. I'm here to protect your right to bear arms. I'm here to protect your right to the health care of your choice. Now, every human being's got a brain in their head. They can start using that brain and saying, hey, I want to go and interview doctors that can give me medical advice for myself and my family. And I would encourage people to do that. Get out there. Go interview doctors. Find the ones that you feel most comfortable with. Create a relationship with them and listen to what they say. They're the experts. And I think when we leave it to these big corporations that pay enormous amounts of money to have lobbyists lobby in Washington, we should not be trusting those people at all. It should be a personal relationship between the patient and the doctors. And I don't think government has any business being in between that relationship at all.
And when they first started locking us down here in Canada, they put out a story that the Prime Minister here, Justin Trudeau's wife, caught the virus. Do you believe that that was a political thing, or do you think she actually had it? And
I think if she had it, she got the flu. Do I think it's a political thing and she didn't have anything? I'd say that's a high possibility. I mean, these guys, let's explain exactly what a politician is. Politicians are liars, thieves, fraudsters, manipulators, rapists, and ultimately, there's a lot of them out there that are cold hard murderers. And so, do I believe anything Justin Trudeau says or any politician? Absolutely not. They're scumbags. I don't think anybody in government that's at his level could hold down a meaningful job in the private sector if their lives depended on it. I really don't. I think these people, let's face it, if you ever listen to Justin Trudeau speak, the guy's, yeah, he's missing a few marbles. And but he is a master at playing on the emotions of people that don't think for themselves and only listen to what a criminal is saying to them. And they believe in that criminal because we voted for him and because they're government. It's like, these guys are human beings and they're of the criminal persuasion, and you're listening to them. We need to stop listening to politicians and tell them to go fill the potholes that they keep forgetting to fill. It's ridiculous for politicians to be locking human beings down and saying 6 feet, 6 feet. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I'm sorry. I'm a free person. If I feel comfortable enough to walk over to my neighbors and he feels comfortable enough to sit there and talk to me face to face, that's between him and I. Government has no business coming in there and saying, like down here in Arizona, Governor Ducey announced that if they see people violating that 6-foot rule, that their cops can walk up to them and suggest, hey, you guys need to follow the rules. And if they refuse to follow the police officers' diktats, which are just politicians' diktats, the police officer is just a heavy for the politician. If they refuse to follow that 6-foot rule, they can then issue or get arrested and get fined for $2,500 and face up to 6 months in jail. Insanity, what this world's come to. Insanity.
And meanwhile, they're letting criminals out of jail.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's literally they're trying to get. I think they're trying to get the human population more accustomed to being ruled over and being controlled, because that's what they're doing. They're cranking up the ratchets. I mean, when I'm talking about a big event that's about to happen, that I believe COVID is just one of the pandemics that's distracting from it, is the collapse of the U.S. dollar. And I think that's on the horizon. I think it's already begun. And, with them, when you collapse that U.S. dollar, government is going to scramble to be the solution to what is clearly a problem with the U.S. dollar. And that solution, I believe, will eventually be a one world currency, all controlled by the central banking cartel. And it's insane where society seems to be going.
Well, at least the US dollar is a lot better than the Canadian dollar these days. I don't know if you have any idea how bad it is.
Yeah, the Canadian dollar is collapsing as well, but you got to remember the Canadian dollar, they've been printing a lot of money for a lot less people. America is actually falling quite hard, but when you get both of them falling at the same level, there's always that same or relatively same distance between the Canadian dollar and the US dollar, even though both of them are taking a nosedive. And the reality is you're starting to see gold start to climb in price. You're starting to see silver barely start to climb in price. I figured we'd see a little more deflation with gold and silver before we break out into hyperinflation. But hyperinflation's coming. And I don't think people understand and it's a lack of real history in public schools now. People don't really understand how devastating a dollar collapse is or a currency collapse. And just to give you a very simple example, society, the humans living in that particular society that experiences a currency collapse suffers greatly. Weimar Germany is a prime example. They were printing money so fast to try and pay off all the reparations to all the European nations. They broke out into hyperinflation. What does that mean? Well, April 1919, it was 4.2 German marks to $1 US. 5 years later, not even 5 years later, almost 5 years later, April 1923, it was 4.72 trillion marks. 4.72 trillion marks to $1 US. The Germans lost everything, and ultimately that's what brought Hitler to power. Is everybody was looking for a solution in a different government, and so they put all their faith into Hitler, and of course we saw where that led. Putting faith in government, believing in them, and obeying them is the worst thing the human population can do right now. Yet they're doing it. They're doing it, and they'll become staunch supporters of government rule. 6 feet rule. We're exercising the 6 feet rule. I hear it all day long. It's insanity.
My own parents wouldn't break that rule with me, so that's pretty sad.
Right? It's crazy. This is literally putting fear, instilling fear into the human population just so you can exercise your own beliefs in what should be controlled in human society. And that's, what else would you call that besides sociopathic? I mean, in reality, it's to want to control and rule over other human beings outside of an absolute self-defense of an invasion or something like that. It's sociopathic in nature, and every politician is a sociopath on what I believe to be a very high level.
Now, I've got a bunch of political questions that I'll finish off with, but I'll get into the wrestling related ones for the wrestling fans. There was a fan that wanted me to ask you, the last year when I did the interview with you, you said you had a goal of getting down to 210 pounds. Did you reach that goal?
No, I'm still hovering around the 220, 222 mark right now. I am going to have to get my left knee fixed. I had a little torn ligament in there, and I've had a few issues with it now. When I started running, I had a few issues with it that, I don't want to do some damage to it. So I'm going to get that ligament fixed, and then we're going to go ahead and continue on with it and get down to 210.
Now, how big were you in your prime? Because a lot of people, we know how people are on the internet are commenting that you look sick and so forth, but I actually saw you in person. You had your six-pack last time. You're 6'4", so you look jacked in person. You got the veins coming out. What's the difference in your weight now compared to then, and do you consider yourself healthier now?
Not necessarily healthier. I'm just kind of maintaining until I can get my knee repaired here. But I really haven't changed all that much. It's one of those things where I feel great. I feel, quick. I feel like I got some really good wind to me. Cardio. I'm doing a lot more cardio the last few years than, I did when I was wrestling, because wrestling was my cardio basically. I would do maybe a half hour of cardio before my weight session, but now I'm doing an hour and a half to almost 2.5 hours of cardio when I'm in the gym, and the gym's open and I can use a freaking pre-core machine.
Yeah. At least you don't have to deal with snow if you want to do cardio outside there like you do here still.
Right. You guys still got snow up there?
Yeah, in Ottawa anyways, we still got snow. It's slowly going away, but it's awfully slippery out there if you try and run.
Oh, I bet it is.
Now, you made the news everywhere. I don't know if it was a month or two ago when they had the transgender wrestler Nyla Rose win the AEW Women's Championship. We heard a lot about Cody Rhodes' side of it and Dustin Rhodes' side of it. Could you give us your side of it?
Yeah, I shared my opinion online. I guess you're not allowed to share your opinion online. I think Cody Rhodes is a smart guy. I always assumed he was a smart guy. But I think he's getting sucked into this social justice warrior BS. It's a lot of people, humans are going to be human. You're always going to have those people that will take my words out of context and will just run with whatever they feel instead of what the facts are. And I didn't knock Nyla Rose. Even Jim Ross, I guess, apparently somebody was telling me that Jim Ross, uh, said I was knocking Nyla Rose. I never knocked Nyla Rose. I trolled using Nyla Rose's name after everybody flipped out, but I didn't knock Nyla Rose. I knocked the booking of Nyla Rose. And I think when you're in business, your business is to make money. You make money by giving the fans something that they want, need, or desire. And you're always going to have your small little vocal crowd of insane social justice warriors. Those are all the same people that are maintaining a 6 foot social distance because they've been indoctrinated to believe that's what you need to do, and you're a criminal if you don't. It's insanity. But a lot of these social justice warriors, took it to heart. They came after me saying I was knocking Nyla Rose. I wasn't knocking Nyla Rose. I was knocking the booking of Nyla Rose, and I still knock the booking of Nyla Rose. There's what I believe to be in society a nature to humans. There's natural tendencies built into humans, and when you take programming, you take entertainment, and you try to manipulate and condition the human population against something that is natural to you win over some. You win over some that say, we'll base all of their forward motion on that particular storyline on feelings and emotions rather than fact or logic. They made a man. This is what AEW did. I don't know who wrote this, but whoever did needs to get their head examined. They took Nyla Rose, who the majority of wrestling fans, they know that that's a transgender. They know it. It's a fact. It's a fact of life. And instead of using a true fact of life and running with it, they decided to turn around and say, no, let's ignore that. We're going to ignore that because it's socially acceptable to have transgenders in society. Okay, I'm down with that, but it's still a transgender that's going into a woman's sport. If we're talking about, shoot, right? You're seeing a transgender biological male go into a woman's sport. Where's the fairness in this? If you're talking about reality and you want to suspend my sense of reality for 2 hours when I'm watching the programming, now I have to sit back and work and force myself to ignore the fact that that's a woman that's in the or a man in a woman's division. And when you got to make the fans work to ignore some form of reality in order to follow along with your storyline, you just don't cater to the majority of wrestling fans. And I'm sorry to say that, but you don't. How would I have booked Nyla Rose? I would have more booked Nyla Rose as this is a transgender. She wants her rights. She wants to compete against women. And Cody should have said, you can't. I understand we support your change to go from man to woman, but you can't compete against women because you're still biologically a man, and nothing's ever going to change that. And then have Nyla Rose go out, get her lawyers, they have a big lawsuit against Cody Rhodes, and then Cody Rhodes is forced to allow Nyla Rose to compete against women. Just have her destroy the women. You'd have the biggest, it would be a huge amount of heelism for Nyla Rose. But instead of actually playing on something that is fact and making money with it, which ultimately benefits everybody. It benefits the company. It benefits Nyla Rose. It benefits all the rest of the boys because you're putting more asses in the seats. When you can take something that's real and play it up. No, they don't do that. The social justice warriors say, no, that's too offensive. Let's push that aside and let's just never mention that Nyla Rose is a transgender. It's insanity. Never mention she's a transgender, like we're stupid or something. It's just stupid. The booking of Nyla Rose is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And I love Jim Ross. He's one of the best commentators in the world. But it's when I hear Jim Ross say or talk about Nyla Rose in she and her, it just doesn't sit right, man. It's hard to believe. He's a fully grown man, and he's catering to the social justice warriors that don't want their feelings hurt. And I'm not down with that, man. I'm just not. It's just the way it is. I think they're shooting Nyla Rose's bank account in the foot. they're shooting the company in the foot. They're shooting all the rest of the boys in the foot too, just for their own social justice desires. It's crazy.
Well, they haven't seen too much of an increase in their ratings. They've actually gone down. They haven't really gained any viewers since they started. So I guess it's not catching on too much. But for the people that allege that you were homophobic because you disagree with the transgender wrestling, the females, the way they presented it, do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, these social justice warriors have no clue what being transphobic really means. I don't hate anybody. I would go smoke a doobie with Nyla Rose and I'd pick her brain and see what makes her tick. I'd love to do that. I don't hate Nyla Rose, but they'll still call you transphobic because saying that word, regardless of what it means, makes them feel good. They're entitled to feel good all the time, these people. And if saying something that's completely insane, like Val Venis, you're transphobic, if that makes them feel better, okay, run with it, pansy boy. You know what I mean? But it's one of those things where they don't even understand what transphobic means. Transphobic is where you hate someone because of their life choices. I don't hate Nyla Rose. I've never hated Nyla Rose. There's nothing I hate about Nyla Rose. I do not agree with the booking of Nyla Rose. I think it's you're short-sighted when you're ignoring what you could factually use to make a lot of money with, just because you don't want to offend anyone's feelings. The hell happened to wrestling? I thought wrestling offended people. It's crazy.
That's exactly one of the things that I think is wrong with wrestling, that it's so PC now and like
Oh, it's crazy.
non-offensive. And MMA's gone the other way. Like they're way more popular, and it's what wrestling used to be. And we're the fake stuff, but we have to be so like by the book. It's unfortunate, in my
It,
opinion. But
it really is, and I got to tell you, this new easily offended social justice warrior world, it's a sad world, man. You got to be careful what you say because somebody will flip out because they're offended, and it's it's a sad world to live in. Like you got to cross your T's and dot your I's every step you take. It's not like it was back in the day where you could take something that was a minor issue backstage, and then two wrestlers would be like, "Hey, man, you and I got an issue with that. Why don't we take this on the road?" And I mean, when people know something's happening, and you get a team of guys that make that real little thing happen and blow that real thing up into something that's huge, the fans can bite into it. But when you ignore reality and push it aside and just create these storylines, don't mention that she's a biological man. Let's just make everybody believe she's a woman, and she's a woman with the woman's title, and we'll promote her like a woman too. They should be promoting her like a biological man that just robbed the women's division of the women's championship. And but that hurts people's feelings, right? And let's face it, there are high school kids and their families all over America. One of the most prominent ones in Connecticut right now that is suing the school board for allowing transgenders to compete in track and field in their district, and it cost some girls that were the top real women in their track and field divisions. It cost them scholarships. That's an issue. Like, I'm sorry, that's a real life issue. I wonder. I would like to interview them one day, and I wonder what their thoughts would be on Cody Rhodes or whoever else is, handling Nyla Rose, and completely ignoring the fact that she's a biological male winning a women's title. I wonder what those girls in Connecticut would say about that.
and Cody Rhodes actually took some personal shots at you. He said you were the Disco Inferno of the WWE. He doesn't know if anyone remembers you. He's disappointed because you don't think you mean the things you put in writing. You're trying to just get a booking, and he said they're not going to book you anywhere near them. What do you have to say about those shots he took?
Well, first of all, Cody Rhodes doesn't know what he's talking about. He's saying I said all these horrible things about Nyla Rose. I'd like him to sit down, go through everything I've posted, and I've deleted none of it, and specifically point out what he thinks is so awful that I said about Nyla Rose. I didn't say anything awful about Nyla Rose. That's number one. Number two, he said he's vice president of that company. He says I'm banned from AEW. If I ever decided to come back to pro wrestling, I can promise you this, he would not turn me away. I'm the guy that can come in there and make him money. That's if he ever decided he wanted to make money. But I don't do business with companies that leave money on the table by catering to some social justice warriors. So he can ban me all he wants. I'm just still going to go to work every day and serve some of the finest bud in this entire state of Arizona to some of the finest and most enlightened patients in the entire state of Arizona.
And I actually heard Bruce Pritchard say today, he didn't say this today, but I heard his interview today. He's the current head writer for SmackDown. And he said, unquestionably, you're going to be in the WWE Hall of Fame one day. So to try and make it like you have no accomplishments in wrestling, I thought that was a little low because you were one of the top stars of the Attitude Era. I think you were actually on the highest rated Raw of all time, too. Weren't you in a feature match?
I believe that. Yeah, I believe that's true. I was there during a time when wrestling was exploding, and it was really incredible time to be a part of that. As far as me being the Disco Inferno of Raw. I mean, I don't know. I found personally Disco Inferno to be quite entertaining and quite a good talent too. And so I don't know if he was trying to insult me with that or what he was trying to do, but if he was trying to insult me with "you're the Disco Inferno of the WWE," I'm like, okay. I had some good times watching that son of a bitch wrestle. I thought he was really good entertainment, and I don't know what's in Cody's mind, man. It feels to me like wrestling is just becoming infested with these easily offended social justice warriors that really don't have a clue, and they leave money on the table left, right, and center. And they do that by catering to their little social justice clique, and it's insanity to me. And AEW, I hope they do well. But when I look at just some of the stuff that they're promoting, there's some really good content on there with the wrestlers. But when I take a look at what their overall vision is, I can't tell you what it is. I don't. There's like a bunch of different visions that I see kind of coming up in that company. But I don't know what the overall vision for that company is. It's almost like you have too many heads pulling that company in different directions, which was what I saw in TNA. It's what I witnessed from the outside in WCW. And it seems to me like they're just, there's no one solid person on top that says, this is my vision. You get all the talent, all the producers, everybody in the company to fall in behind and help reach that one vision for the company. And if you can't, produce and help to reach that vision of the company, you got to step off the train. And I don't see that happening in AEW. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not there. I don't know what's going on backstage. But I can tell you from just watching stuff from the front, it doesn't appear there's a solid vision for the company right now.
Now, Dustin Rhodes also had some negative things to say about you. I won't get into everyone's.
Dustin said negative things about me?
Oh, yeah, because I guess his son is a transgender. So he was particularly upset. But you had a good relationship with him prior to this, right?
Oh, yeah, I love Dustin. Dustin's great. He's fantastic, man. He's one of my favorite guys to wrestle. He was always a lot of fun. We had some fun matches. And like I said, I'm not knocking transgenders. I never have. I'm an anarchist. You want to be a transgender? I'll be the guy that will stand up in front of government when they try to make it illegal for you to be a transgender. But when I take a look at a company that, I think's got a very good opportunity to compete successfully against WWE, especially when you look at the finances that are backing that company, and then you see them catering to the social justice crowd with social justice approved content, you're leaving money on the table. And you're not just leaving a little bit of money, you're leaving a boatload of money. And that's it's sad to watch that happen because it's you can be the social justice warrior all you want, but when you're cutting your paycheck in a quarter of what you could have had, you're not doing yourself any favor.
Now, when you worked with Dustin in WWE, you were doing an angle with his ex-wife now, Terry Runnels. Was that awkward at all, or because I guess they ended up getting divorced shortly after that, or was it all very professional?
No, it was all very professional. I enjoyed working with Terry. Um, it was fun. I was in that mode at the time where, all I wanted to do was work and produce content for the fans to watch and enjoy. And so anything outside of that wasn't even in my mind. I was very tunnel vision back then. And, I enjoyed my whole time there. I worked with Dustin quite a bit. And I think we put on some pretty good shows. And, it's sad that they come out and they take my opinions that I share online and then take it so far as to say I said awful things about Nyla Rose and blah 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 blah, and it's craziness. It's craziness. I'm against leaving money on the table, and I think catering to social justice warriors leaves a boatload of money on the table.
Now, I didn't see this post, but Rene Dupree told me to ask you about this. He said, I guess you made a post one day about a chair shot Triple H gave you that was a little dangerous or something like that.
Yeah, it was on Raw, I believe, and it was one of those things where it caught me just in that right spot, and I went out. I'm guessing I was out for maybe a second or 2 seconds, maybe three. I don't know. All I remember at that point in time was opening my eyes. And this is what I remember specifically because it was so, I guess, frightening. When you open your eyes and you're looking up at the lights and you don't know your own name, you see all these people up in the stands all around you. You don't know where you are or what you're doing. It takes a good 3 to 4, maybe 5 seconds for all those marbles to come back together. And you go, oh, yeah, I'm in the middle of a match. And I remember just trying to think, looking around, going, what the heck? Where am I? What am I doing? And that's a scary moment. I don't know. I'm assuming you've been knocked out before. Am I correct?
I've seen stars, but luckily not been knocked out. But I've had the stars in my
Yeah.
vision, and I've had concussions.
And did it frighten you? Was that something that kind of rattled your soul a little bit?
It was in my younger days, so I didn't really think about it that much, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of getting knocked out. And it's scary. It's scary when you wake up and you don't know what even your own name is or what you're doing there for a few seconds. And yeah, it was one of those things where I don't know what the time frame was. I'm assuming it was 2 or 3 seconds that I was out cold. But when I came to, it took another maybe 3, 4 seconds, maybe 5 seconds to really understand. Oh yeah, I'm in a match. I got to finish this match. But within those few seconds, it felt like an eternity. And it's scary, man. Concussions are scary. I'm not a big fan of concussions at all.
So was that just a matter of it just hit you in the wrong place? It was nobody's fault. You didn't get your hand up.
Yeah, it wasn't really anybody's fault. He hit me flat with the chair. It did come a little bit on the hard side, but I've been hit harder and never got knocked out like that. That just seemed to hit me in that one little sweet spot, I guess. And the next thing I know, I open my eyes wondering what my own name is. And yeah, not a good memory, that's for sure. I had one pupil dilated really big and the other one dilated really small for a long, long time.
Now, I heard that you were one of the big stars of the Dory Funk Jr. camps. I heard Bruce Pritchard say this on a podcast. You're one of the big standouts. What are your memories of those camps? Those were before the development days where they'd have all like the top indie stars do these before getting signed.
Yeah, it was being part of that first camp was pretty amazing. It was kind of surreal. I'd already been in England for a while, been to Arkansas for a while, spent some years in Puerto Rico. At the time, I was just finishing up in Mexico, and they flew me up to Connecticut, and I started doing the camp, and so now I'm in the belly of the beast. I'm in the television studios in WWE every day. You know, we're doing our thing in the ring. We're training. We're videotaping. We're doing all these things, and it was really really good experience. It was surreal, but at the same time, I had all the novelty of WWE for me at that time was not waning, but I was very very happy wrestling in Japan for All Japan Pro Wrestling at the time. I had started there a couple of times, and I really enjoyed that wrestling. So before Japan, my main goal was to at least wrestle in Japan and get that under my belt, and then get to the big stage with WWE. But I fell in love with Japanese wrestling, and when I came to WWE and did that camp, it was one of those things where, yeah, it was surreal to be there, but it was at the point where I don't really need them anymore, because Japan is a place that I really, really fell in love with as well, performing there. But WWE was the cream of the crop at the time, and still is today. But it was a surreal experience for sure.
How was Dory Funk as a trainer?
He was a good trainer. He really concentrated on the basics, a lot of psychology he'd be teaching as well, which is something I think misses from a lot of the lower card matches today. I think, Dory Funk could definitely offer a lot of advice in telling in-ring stories, working a body part, for example, working a knee, doing those type of things. And he was a good guy, especially when it came to psychology. He really knew how to lay out a match and tell us a logical story in that ring, which goes back to, let's take reality and work reality. And instead today you have, let's take something that's completely unreal and just make it look cool. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, people aren't stupid. You know what I mean? People are indoctrinated, but they're not stupid.
And you were CMLL champion before you went to WWE. How big a deal was that to you? That's the big company. I think it's one of the oldest companies in the world, if not the oldest.
Yeah, becoming a Universal Champion in Mexico was a huge deal for me. And I got to work with Raul de Jalisco Jr. as well the entire time. And we beat each other up all over Mexico, Monterrey, going up into northern Mexico, back down to Mexico City, out into Acapulco. We went all over Mexico and just beat the crap out of each other. And then eventually, when it came down to the big blow-off match at Arena Mexico in Mexico City, it was the championship match that also had the masks on the line. And it was amazing. It was truly amazing to be in a storyline at the top of the card and really knock the ball out of the park down there. It was an honor to work with Raul de Jalisco, and it's something I'll never forget.
Is it true that the wrestlers in Mexico are a little bit more into drugs overall than other companies? Because I've had a few Mexican wrestlers tell me that.
Yeah, I would say there's definitely a crew of guys that are always going to be heavy into drugs, but there are guys that are, down in Mexico wrestling as well that don't do anything. They might drink some alcohol or, something like that. But, yeah, you do have your crew of guys though. But I mean, I think that's the same everywhere. In Mexico, it may be, a little bit more than here in America, for example, or over in Japan, of course. But is it out of what I would consider a normal range that's expected in professional wrestling? Probably not. I'd say it's probably a little bit more than what I would consider to be average drug use in
And
professional
I
wrestling.
heard Bruce Pritchard also say when he came down to Mexico to kind of recruit you, you guys went out and you ate ant eggs and lion and ostrich. Is that like a common meal for you up there?
No, ostrich. I'm a big fan of ostrich meat. But what was it that I think it was lion, or was it I think it was lion that he ate, and I ate a little piece of that. And at first, I was a little bit disgusted, not because the way the flavor was, that came after, but because it was lion. I'm eating lion meat here, And so I was eating ostrich meat. If you haven't had ostrich meat, I highly recommend it. It's tremendous meat. They have an ostrich farm south of here in Tucson, and you can get ostrich meat down there if you ever come out here to Arizona again. And it's
If they
phenomenal.
ever open up the border,
What's that?
if they ever open up the border,
Oh, it's terrible. It's just terrible. But I'll tell you what, when I ate that little piece of lion that he fed me, it was a little bit disgusting just because I was eating lion. But then when I sat back and started to examine the flavor, I was like, yep, this is absolutely disgusting. It tasted, now just imagine this, a dirty, wet cat. What does that smell like? That's what it tasted like. It's more than just gamey. I can handle gamey meat. I kind of enjoy it. This was just dirty, wet cat gamey. It wasn't a good flavor. That was my personal opinion of it. I ate some of the crispy ants. I didn't eat the worms. Bruce, if I remember correctly, I think he tried everything. If I remember,
he said he
maybe I'm
liked the
missing.
worms.
I think he tried everything.
Yeah.
I was a little
Yeah.
shocked.
Now, I heard Mrs. Yamaguchi in that angle you did, the famous thing where they tried to cut off your package, I guess. She wasn't an actual wrestler, she was just an actress.
Yeah.
What was it like working with an actress in a wrestling angle?
She was young, so she was cool. She was just, uh, enjoying the moment, I guess. And it was one of those things where I never really sat down with her and got to know her much. We basically just worked together, and then, once we're out of the arena, we're gone. But she was cool to work with. She was very professional. You wouldn't be able to tell it when you see her on TV, but backstage, yeah, she was in front of me anyways. She was always very professional.
And somebody wanted me to ask you what the difference is of Tessa Blanchard winning the Impact title compared to China winning the Intercontinental title. I know you wrestled China
Yep.
quite a bit.
Well, I think these are great things. When you look at Tessa Blanchard, I saw that match, and well, I'd like to reserve my opinion on that, but I think they could have done that match to be a lot more believable than it was. It's one thing to be able to do the moves, take the bumps, and sell, but if you're doing it in a way that's completely unbelievable, man, it's you're you're that. I mean, if I as a fan, if I'm buying a ticket to come watch wrestling, I want to be able to sit there and not think. I want things to be spelled out in a way that are completely like that, logical, and I can understand it. If you're going to have me ignore that that's a woman wrestling a man, and you're going to have me ignore that the man has just beat the living hell out of this woman, and now the woman's going to blow a comeback on the man and win the title, I mean, that's not the way to lay out a match. I mean, at least in my view, my opinion would be, uh, the woman is slipping everything the guy's trying to do. The guy scoops her up for a slam, slips him behind her, and the girl shoves the man into the turnbuckle. And until the point where maybe it's a quick shutdown from the guy to the woman, a quick shutdown, but nothing too devastating. Because that's the thing; these guys like to do devastating moves, even to women. And then when the woman gets back up and is running off the ropes like nothing's wrong with her 30 seconds later, now I got to start thinking and trying to make myself believe that this is real. Um, I think it's a lost art in wrestling, the lost art of making it believable. And I don't know, man. I think it's one of those things where, like we had Trish lose to China in order for me to lose my title to China. And other than that, we had Triple H interfere in my match where, I got the ball shot. She rolled me up 1, 2, 3. It's believable. But when you have a woman going eye to eye and toe to toe with a man that's clearly far larger, far stronger, and they're working it like it's a man versus man match, I can't buy it. I think I just wasted my money on a wrestling ticket. That's just my personal opinion.
I've tried to look up their ratings, but they don't release their ratings anymore, and they don't release their attendance anymore. So I highly doubt that means that they're blowing people away with the ratings with her as champion. So
Yeah, that's another thing. If you're there's a way to do it. You can get creative and do it, definitely. But there's got to be you got to take reality and work that reality into the outcome you're looking for that will leave fans sitting there believing what they're watching. I want to go back to the day when I could come out of a wrestling show and I go, okay, I know that's all predetermined, man, but I got questions. That shit look real. Do you know what I mean? And
yeah.
fans do not, this is a fact. Fans do not leave the arena questioning whether was that a real shoot that I saw in there or was that a work? They don't leave the arenas doing that anymore. They leave the arenas going, yeah, I'm going to go buy this, just go get a slushie somewhere. They leave wrestling knowing it's a work. And it's one thing to know it's a work, but it's another thing when you can have the fans leaving the arena questioning whether everything they saw was a work. And that doesn't happen today, at least in my opinion. It just doesn't happen.
Now, for your Big Valvoski nickname, is that something you came up with or creative came up with?
That's a good question. I don't even remember. I'd have to think. I don't even think I can remember where exactly it came from. I think it may have just been off the cuff. Just me talking backstage and going, hey, you don't talk to the Big Valvoski like that. Because I remember saying that a lot at the very beginning. Just joking around with some of the guys, you know what I mean? But I don't know if someone had told that to me or if I thought it up or someone else thought it up. I just remember using it, and when I got a reaction from the fans by using it, I just kept saying it.
So it didn't have anything to do with you being a fan of the Big Lebowski movie or anything like that. It was just
No, but now that you mention it, that may have been part of it, and it kind of. Now that you bring that up, I remember Test and A Train and I driving in a car from one city to the next. And I remember them talking about that movie. And we were all thinking about, the Lebowski thing. And then maybe it was somebody in the car, maybe Test or A Train, that just said Val Boski. I can't remember specifically, but that does sound kind of familiar. Whether that is where it originated, it may have been. It may have been, but I can't guarantee that. I can't remember that far back.
and for the money shot finisher that you did in WWE, was that your finish prior to WWE or something that they gave you?
Yeah, my finish was the splash off the top rope. I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe it was Vince Russo that called it the money shot. Now, there's a funny story about the money shot name. Was actually, yeah, I'm almost positive it was him that came up with it. At least he's the one that told me uh, about that name for the finish. So that's why I'm assuming he came up with it. But when he said that to me, in my mind, I'm thinking money shot. I splash off the top rope, 1, 2, 3, extra money, money shot. Makes sense, right? And so I probably wrestled with that finish for about, I don't know, 6, 7, maybe even 8 months in WWE. Before I found out what the money shot really meant, I had no idea what it meant beforehand. And I remember when people would ask me, what's your finish called? I go, it's called the money shot. I remember they'd laugh. And sometimes I would sit back and I go, what is so funny about it? It's a cool name. I don't understand what's so funny about it. And it was probably 6 or 7, maybe 8 months later that I was with Tess and A Train and we're all just joking around and they brought it up. You got the coolest name for a finish, the money shot, man. It's whatever it was. And I said, I don't understand what's so cool about it. Making more money from winning a match? Okay. Well, I don't understand what's funny about it. And Tess looked back up at me and he was sitting in the front seat. I was sitting in the back. He turned around and stared me right in the eyes. He goes, brother, the money shot is the finish to a porn movie. And I kind of went back to the seat and I went, what do you mean it's the finish to a porn movie? He's like, yeah, it's when they finish in a porn movie. And I'm like, oh, and I started to say to myself in my head, That son of a bitch, Vince Russo. I had no idea. I had no idea that's what they call the finish to a porn movie.
How was Vince Russo to work with? Because we always hear the negative stories, but obviously he was writing during WWE's ratings peak, so he couldn't have been that bad.
You know, Vince Russo was an envelope pusher, man. I loved working with that guy. When that guy came up with storylines and came up with, even a few Val Venis jokes that he came up with, it was amazing to watch his mind work. And really, but here's where I saw, and I could be wrong about this as well. This is just my opinion. When Vince was writing in WWE, he was writing things that were pushing the envelope as far as he possibly could. And then it seemed like Vince would pull the chains back to where he wanted it. So Vince would go way out here, like Vince Russo would go way out here, and then Vince McMahon would pull him back to where he wanted him. I guess to make it TV suitable, I guess, without going too far. But he was a great mind in wrestling. He came up with phenomenal storylines. That was a time when every single card on the show was a storyline. There was a time, Crash Holly was better known than Goldberg. And it's one of those things where he had an amazing mind. When he went to WCW, I remember that day. We were coming back, I believe, from Europe at the time when we found out that he had left the company and went to WCW. It was a somber Raw backstage when we got back to stateside. People were really shocked because he was a writing machine in WWE. When he got to WCW, it seemed like, and again, this is just my opinion, it seemed like instead of focusing on writing for everyone on the card, he got in front of the camera and all of his writing skills and talents got focused on just a few of the top guys. Now, I could be wrong, but that's what I remember seeing when I was watching the WCW show. And I think Vince was far more effective behind the scenes writing for the talent instead of going in front of the camera and becoming the talent.
Was it his idea to come out with the shirt for you that would have like the jizz writing on it?
And I wore that to the ring too.
Yeah.
It was tremendous. Tremendous. Like I said, he was an envelope pushing dude. And a great mind for writing. Great mind for writing. But I think he's one of those guys that's so overly creative, he needs to have somebody there to pull him back in check and get that real good balance of pushing the envelope, but not to the point where it becomes a turnoff. I think Vince would pull him back to the point where his content, his writing skills would create content that would go as far as human nature would allow before they go, okay, no more of this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's again, you want to push the envelope as far as you can to maximize the money on the table. But if you go just a little too far, money starts coming off the table, and that's a no-no. And obviously, people don't really understand that at AEW, leaving money on the table left, right, and center. It's craziness.
And I had a fan question that they wanted me to ask you if you had to provide your own towels or would WWE give you a towel?
No, sometimes I would buy a stack of towels and wear one out every week. Once I'd run out of that stack of towels, I just take them from the hotel and use them. There was one time where there was an event going on. I can't remember which town it was. I know we were in St. Louis the night before, and then we drove to another town to do a house show. And when I got to that town, they had some big golf tournament on. All the hotels were sold out. And so there was only one room left in the entire town. It was at a Motel 6. And I didn't have any towels with me. And those Motel 6 towels, they're not the biggest towels in the world, nor are they the softest. Kind of scratchy, actually. And I had nothing else to wear to the ring the next day. So I took the Motel 6 towel and I wore that to the ring. And Coach, Remember Jonathan Coachman?
Yeah.
He called it out as soon as I walked out because it looked like I was wearing a white miniskirt. And he called it out on the air. And he said, "Oh, Val seems to have stayed at that Motel 6 last night."
That's
It was just terrible. It was just terrible.
because of your wrestling gimmick. Once you were out of WWE, did any porn companies ever make you an offer?
No, not directly. Um, I had some messages that came through that, hey, we're an adult film company. Reach out to us. I think we can do business. But yeah, I have no interest in doing porn, man. No interest in doing porn.
But you would think that just because of the gimmick, people would have watched that, so you'd think someone would have possibly made you an offer. But yeah, I understand why you would not do that.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
now,
Not my
did you have?
forte. I'll play a porn character all day long. Playing a porn character I can do all day long. But would I really do porn? Absolutely not.
What was Jenna Jameson like to work with? Because you worked pretty closely with her for a little bit.
Yeah, she was, at least with me, she was very, very professional. She's super cool. We went in there. We did some of the filming at Bruce Pritchard's home. I believe we used his hot tub in his backyard as well. These hedges in the backyard. That's where I pop up with that purple helmet on. That's at Bruce Pritchard's backyard. And so we used the backyard, used his hot tub. But it was, the entire time she was there, it was all business and completely professional and very cool, actually. Very, very cool to work with her.
Did you watch a lot of Ravish and Rick Rude stuff before you started doing the Val Venis character?
I didn't watch a lot of Ravishing Rick Rude stuff before I started doing the Val Venis character. I've always watched Ravishing Rick Rude stuff. I thought, from day one that Ravishing Rick Rude was a phenomenal performer. He looked like $1 billion. He talked like uh, any top-notch great wrestler and performer ever has. He was a guy that when he spoke, you knew that's a top guy right there. There was no questioning that. So I've always been a huge fan of Ravishing Rick Rude. Two guys in WWF days that I used to watch and really admire were Kurt Hennig and Ravishing Rick Rude. Two guys that I thought were always phenomenal. So it wasn't that I didn't study him when they said, okay, you're going to play this character. I've just always been a huge fan of his. And so you could say it's been a lifelong study of Rick Rude's, at least as long as his career was in motion anyway.
And you wrestled The Rock on the Owen Hart tribute Raw the night after Owen's fall. Was that a tough match to do so soon after losing a coworker like that?
It wasn't a tough match to do because Rock and I were doing that in Owen's honor. And I was honored to be a part of that. And that's a tough memory right there. Every time I think of it, I literally just spoke to him for a good 3-4 minutes before he went upstairs to the rafters. And I was the very next match after he fell. And so it's something that's burned into my memory that anytime I think about it, man, it brings back. I'm not an emotional guy, but it does bring back a heavy feeling right in my sternum area. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but anytime I think of that, I just like, man, that sucks so bad, And it's one of those things where I'll never forget it. It was, you have memories in life. As you go through life, there are things that happen that are so shocking or so outside the norm. There's no way you can ever forget the specifics of what you were doing when that happened. I mean, I can remember it like it was yesterday, doing push-ups and doing Hindu squats right in front of Bruce Pritchard's table in the gorilla position, getting ready for my match, warming up for it. And Bruce Pritchard standing up, throwing his headset down. He's going, EMTs, EMTs, somebody just fell from the rafters. And I remember it so vividly. And I'm sure you have memories that, are so shocking that you'll never forget the specifics of what happened when those memories were being created. And Owen Hart falling from the rafters was something, I'll never forget the specifics. It
Do
was
you remember your conversation with him, what it was about?
funny. I don't really. I know we were talking about, like I was asking, I know I was asking him about a rib that both him and Jeff Jarrett were getting ready to play on one of the other talent in the locker room because they're always coming up with these, jokes and ribs to play. So I remember asking him what he had in mind. I don't remember what he told me. I don't remember. I know it was some kind of rib that he was thinking of, but I don't remember who it was for or what the rib was going to be. I do remember kind of chuckling at it, and then he walked away, and that was the last time I ever saw him. You know.
You told me last time I interviewed you about the Al Snow rib that had to do with his phone number being put on Raw. Is there any other ribs that either you've seen or been involved with that you could share with us?
Oh, let me see. Well, did I ever tell you the rib with Christian and Edge
No,
with the itching powder?
no.
So this was after Al Snow had put my cell phone number live on Raw, and my phone blew up. It was a big rib, really good rib, by the way, really good rib. Al's one of the most phenomenal human beings that I know in professional wrestling. He's genuine. He's hardworking. He's a go-getter. I love Al Snow. The guy's just an incredible dude, and loved working with him. We had so much fun working with Al Snow. But after he had put my number on on Raw live, I'm trying to think of something I'm going to do to get back at Al Snow. So I thought of all kinds of things. One of the things I was trying to do was, does he buy insurance on his rental car? And is he fully covered? If he was, I had a couple of ideas of what I was going to do. I was going to follow him to a restaurant afterwards. This was one, and I think he told me about this rib before, so I was actually going to do the rib to him and put his car up on blocks, take the tires off, and throw him in the car. And now he's got to come out of the restaurant and put tires back on his car and somehow get the car off of brick blocks, right? Well, that didn't pan out. So I was trying to find out if he had insurance on his car. And I never found this out because something else happened. But what my plan was is if he had insurance on the car, I was going to get the expanding foam that you can buy in cans from like Home Depot or Lowe's. And when he parked his rental car at the arena, I was going to slip the hose through the crack in the window and fill the whole car up with expanding foam. The car will be ruined, be completely destroyed. And so that's why I spent a couple of weeks trying to get it out of him, talk to him a little bit and say, hey, by the way, do you pay for the insurance on the rental car when you get it, or do you already have it on your policy that you have personally? Or I'm trying to, and I just couldn't get it out of him. Well, while I spent a couple of weeks all the time trying to whittle it out of him, I found out that it was Christian that had told Al Snow to put my number live on Raw. So while Al was the performer putting my number on Raw, Christian was the mastermind. So my target went from locked on to Al Snow to locked on to Christian. So now I've had to restructure everything in my head and figure out a good rib to play on Christian. So A-Train and Test and I, one day, we were in a mall. We walked into a magic shop, and Test pulled out some itching powder. And I'm like, does that stuff really make you itch? He goes, oh, yeah. And so I thought of a perfect rib. And I believe it was Hershey, Pennsylvania that we were at. And when I got to the arena, I went into the locker room. We were there around noon. I walked into the locker room, and Edge and Christian aren't there. A lot of the other guys are there, but Edge and Christian aren't there yet. They haven't arrived. So, I'm putting my bags on my spot, getting all set up. And then Edge and Christian come in, and I say, hey, guys, what's up? And they go and they drop their bags in their spot. I should have been paying attention to how they were putting their bags and stuff, but whatever, I wasn't. And finally, as the boys start heading out of the locker room and heading down to catering to grab a bite to eat, I was saying to Test and Edge, I said, hey, guys, when everybody's gone, watch the locker room door. I'm going to go into Christian's bag pull his tights out, and in the crotch area, I'm going to fill it up with itching powder, and then kind of take a pencil and really rub it in there. And Edge was sitting right across from me reading a book, and everyone else had left. And I'm sitting there scratching my head. I'm going, come on, this son of a bitch has got to leave this locker room. And finally, after a few minutes, I figured he's going to read that whole book here. So screw it, I'll do it another time. So I get up, and as I walk out, Tess and A-Train are at the front door like they're supposed to be, watching, making sure nobody comes in. And I go, guys, we're going to have to do it another time because Edge is in there. He's going to read that whole damn book before he leaves. And as soon as I said that, Edge walked out. And he says to us, he goes, hey, you guys going to catering? And I'm like, yeah, you going there now? He goes, yeah, we'll see you there in a minute. As soon as Edge took off to catering, I turned to Tess and A-Train and said, guys, watch this door. And I dove back in there, and I walked up to where I know Edge and Christian set their bags down. And I'm looking at the bags. I'm going, which one's Christian? Which one's Edge's? Fuck it. I'll do them both. So I pulled out Edge's trunks or whoever it was, rubbed a little bit in the crotch, and with a pencil, I just pushed it all into the material. Pulled out the other trunks out of the other bag, put it all in the material. And of course, as the night goes on, we're getting closer to showtime. Edge and Christian eventually come in and get dressed. And they're putting their long tights on and their boots, and they're walking around the locker room and nothing's happened. And I know for a fact that stuff was itchy because my hand got really, really itchy when I was working with it, trying to put it in there. And I figured, well, maybe once it's out of the bag, if it's out any length of time, it stops itching maybe. I didn't know. I just figured this is a dud. They're walking around and nothing's happening. And I'm like, well, that was a waste of money. Well, when they went out to gorilla position because they were getting ready to wrestle, Tess comes right in. Val, you got to come see this. And I followed Tess all the way out to the base of where gorilla position is. And I'm looking up into gorilla position, and I see Edge and Christian pulling the material off their crotch area. I died, completely died. And then I watched them go out to the ring, and they got to do a tag match. And every time the guy's standing on the corner while the partner's wrestling, they're sitting there moving, their legs are totally uncomfortable, and it's clearly obvious. Then they started tagging in and out faster and faster because they both wanted to be the guy that's sitting there holding the turnbuckle, just so they can try to fiddle around with trying to get comfortable. But when they came back to the locker room after their match, I was dying laughing. When they came into the locker room, I kind of had to settle down, right? Like, and the only people that knew were me, Tess, and A-Train. No one else knew at that point. And Edge and Christian came running to the locker room, going, oh my God. And they're ripping their clothes off. And I'm like, dude, what's up? And Edge looked right at me in the eye, and he goes, I think Christian bought laundry detergent that we're both allergic to. I busted out laughing. Going, Christian, why would you buy laundry? I didn't do that. That's ridiculous. And of course, once they got all their clothes off, they ran into the shower, and apparently running water makes itching powder even worse. And so they were screaming in the showers. It was hilarious. It was funny. And then that night, a couple hours later, we were all at the Outback Steakhouse, and Tess and A-Train and I walked into Outback, and of course, there's Edge and Christian. I'm going, hey guys, what's up? They're like, man, this stuff's still itchy. And Edge is like telling Christian, man, I don't know what laundry detergent you bought, but you need to stop using that stuff. It was hysterical, absolutely hysterical.
Did you ever tell them the truth?
I think several years later they found out it was me that did it. Yeah, no, it was that was a rib and a half, but I finally got him back. So I still never got Al Snow back though.
Well, maybe there'll be an opportunity down the road still.
Oh, I'm sure there will be.
What do you think about Edge's comeback? He's having a WrestleMania match against Randy Orton this week, I guess.
Yeah, it's I just recently found out that he had come back, and hey man, all the more power to him. He's a hell of a wrestler, hell of a talent. One of the best in the business. And I hope he does really, really well. I really do. He's always going to be a top guy there. Always going to be a top guy.
Do you think that them running shows without a crowd is a good thing for the overall product?
I've only seen little bits and pieces of it without a crowd. and there's a reason I've only seen bits and pieces of it. Without a crowd, I don't know, man. It's just not the same. And I know they're doing their best, but it makes me even more mad at government and this propaganda machine that mainstream media is. They've literally destroyed a WrestleMania, and it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy to me that we've destroyed a WrestleMania for a political agenda. It's ultimately a political agenda, and that's the evilness of governments and why we keep voting for these people. I mean, you've literally destroyed the dream of a lot of talent that have spent their entire lives working to get to that one moment, the WrestleMania moment, and it's taken away from them. It's completely taken away from them. And I know WWE, they're going to do the best they can, but it's not the same. My opinion, it's just not the same. It really isn't. And I hope that government, I'd love to see every politician that's involved in shutting everything down and advocating for the shutdown of this global economy. I'd like to see them all rounded up and put into Gitmo for life. It's treason to the human race. And, WrestleMania is just one example of the devastation. You're devastating humans' dreams. And it's craziness. It's just not the same, man. It's just not the same. You need the crowd there. The crowd's got to be a part of wrestling. That's what wrestling is. And it's not the same, brother.
What was the atmosphere like backstage when the WCW guys came over to WWE?
Well, I can tell you what I observed and what my personal feelings were. What I observed were some of the guys that were afraid of maybe being replaced by some of these guys or have their spots, taken away from them. Or there were a few guys that were worried. There were other guys, and I was one of the guys that was like, man, this is just more talent to work with. You know what I mean? And I think that's the difference between some people that look at the glass half full and the other humans that will look at the glass half empty. When Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero came over, man, I was excited, man. Those are two guys I wanted to work so bad. So I was excited. I also know there was some guys that are actually really good friends, that I'm really good friends with, that they weren't so happy about it. And we'd sit down and talk about it like, dude, why wouldn't you be happy about this? This is a good thing. This is talent, incredible talent that you can work with, and entertain fans with these guys. And but for some reason, there were some guys, they just didn't see it like that. And I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe it's the way they were brought up. Maybe it's the way they've always thought. I don't know. I looked at it as opportunity, and they looked at it as a threat to their spot.
It seemed like in the generation after yours, the ruthless aggression era generation, a lot of them complained about behind the scenes bullying. Did you ever notice any of that type of stuff going on?
Yeah. But you got to remember, I mean, wrestling was always full of bullying, but it wasn't considered bullying. It was called, just ribbing or, taking pot shots at each other. I mean, if any of these social justice warriors were in the car with A-Train Test and I literally bullying each other for 3-4 hours on a road trip, well, we did it because it was fun. It was funny. It's funny to take. I mean, everybody's got faults. And when you can make fun of those faults and still be really good friends, man, that's a solid relationship right there. And I think, being able to joke around with each other and really call out weaknesses and put over, great qualities and call out weaknesses, I think you can really develop some very solid and honest and truthful relationships. It's not like that today. At least that's what I'm observing anyway. It seems like a lot of wrestlers these days are easily offended by anything, and it's just not the same, man. Like, I don't know what's happened to wrestling, but there are some guys in wrestling that you can't even. Well, let's take Cody Rhodes for example. I mean, he automatically jumped to the conclusion, completely irrationally, without fact or logic, that I said terrible and horrible things about Nyla Rose. It's not true at all. I never said anything terrible or horrible about Nyla Rose. I just stated facts and wrapped my facts up in my opinion and shared it. Um, that would have been open for discussion back when I was wrestling. It's not open for discussion anymore. You discuss it, you get banned. Hashtag banned by AEW.
Now, Jesse Ventura is another controversial guy. He's got a lot of his own opinions that not those type of people don't agree with. What are your thoughts on Jesse Ventura?
I met Jesse Ventura a couple of times. He was always really cool. I like Jesse because he thinks critically. He's not easily offended. I don't agree with him on some issues. There are a few issues I'd really like to debate with him on. But there's a lot of issues where, he's seen the light. He can see what's going on. He can rationalize fact and logic and come out with a very logical conclusion. He's one of those guys, I think, that is old school and is not easily offended by anything, and will not back down from sharing his opinions that are based on facts and logic.
When you worked for TNA, they were trying to go head to head with WWE on Monday nights, I believe. Did you think that was a wise decision on their part?
No, I don't think they were ready to compete against WWE, one-on-one in the same time slot. I don't think they were ready for it. Again, I looked at TNA and I saw, when you look over at WWE, you saw one man, and that was Vince McMahon, who had a vision for the company, and everyone else fell in behind to help Vince McMahon reach that vision. When you have that kind of game plan for your company, it's hard to compete against a company that has that game plan with a company that has 4 and 5 heads pulling it in all different directions, and you don't know which way is up. And for them to be in that state of doing business and all of a sudden decide they're going to compete against a company that has that one vision clearly defined, you don't have a chance. I think they really should have stayed in their own time slot and really worked on bringing these 4 or 5 different heads pulling the company in different directions and bring them together into one vision. And during that time, they should have been acquiring their own fan base. Once they built their fan base up and they had one vision for the company that was going to cater to wrestling fans, then maybe try and step up and compete with WWE. But I don't see a company that's being pulled in 5 and 6 and 7 different directions competing with a company that has one solid vision. And you just can't compete against that. I mean, at least not successfully. You could definitely compete against it until your finances run out of money, but then you're done. And I mean, that's what happened with WCW. Too many chefs in the kitchen.
And when you worked for All Japan Pro Wrestling, I believe Johnny Ace was behind the scenes there. How was your experience with him in All Japan and also in WWE?
Johnny was the guy that brought me over to All Japan. I was tag teaming with another former WWF talent named Rex King. He was Timothy Wells in WWF back then in the tag team Well Done. I think he was only there for a heartbeat. But I had been working with him in Puerto Rico. We went over to Japan as a tag team. He had known Johnny Ace. So through Rex King, I met Johnny Ace and was brought over to All Japan Pro Wrestling, which I'm forever grateful for. Johnny's a go-getter. He's a businessman. He's a great finish guy. If for Japanese style finishes, which I am personally a massive fan for, he knew how to create Japanese style finishes, and I fell in love with those style of finishes. And I took what I learned from Johnny Ace and of course the Japanese crew over there as well. And when I went back down to Puerto Rico and did a loser leaves town match with my old tag team partner down there, Shane Sewell, we did an entire match Japanese style, and it was a classic down there. It was a classic. It blew the roof off the building. It was phenomenal. And so Johnny Ace introduced me into the Japanese way of putting matches together. I guess is the best way you can say it, the easiest way to say it. Putting matches together and really designing finishes that literally leave fans on the edge of their seat every single false finish. And so for that, I'm super grateful to Johnny Ace for that experience and that knowledge. It really added to the psychology part of wrestling that I was constantly working on. I had a couple of old timers throughout my career that would always look me in the eye and they'd say, it's not about getting your shit in. It's about emotionally connecting with the fans. And you do that by being very believable in telling stories where we go back to the fan doesn't have to think. You're putting something on in front of the fans that makes sense. They don't have to think in order to make it make sense for them. And if you can do that, the fans are going to leave that arena saying that was money well worth being spent on that wrestling ticket. And I don't see that with wrestling fans today. They don't leave the arenas fully satisfied, I think.
And for your New Japan matches, for any of the fans on here that want to go and check out one of your better matches, which ones would you suggest people look up from New Japan?
Oh, for New Japan, let's see. Man, I'm trying to remember which ones were actually available on video now. Trying to think. Probably my match against what was his name? It's right on the tip of my tongue. He was the champion over in New Japan Pro Wrestling. What the heck was his name? It's right on the tip of my tongue. I want to say it was not Hiroshi. I can't remember what his name is. I can't believe it.
Well, someone will write it in the comments.
Yeah, it's right on the tip of my tongue. But for some reason, I just can't remember it. Pothead problems.
But you were known as Val Venis there, right? In New Japan after WWE?
Yeah, I believe they introduced me as Val Venis, yes.
If you had had the choice to do another direction with your character after the whole Val Venis was over and the right to censor and everything, what direction would you have taken it?
That's a good question. I probably would have liked to have taken it into a direction that would be even more believable. Maybe I let Vince know I would love to have worked Ric Flair for a long, long time. Finally, I got to work Ric Flair, but it was after a long time being there. But it didn't really go far. I mean, we had a couple of matches, and that was it. I really would have liked to have done something with Ric Flair and maybe his daughter. I thought that would have been a great angle. Of course, his daughter at the time, I don't think was really ready to step into the limelight. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely things that I probably would have liked to have gone after. Definitely would have liked to have been in the IC title hunt a few more times. World title at that time. I mean, to me, it was, I don't know. It would have been good for paychecks, but it's not something that I really aspired to. I got to go for the world title. When I look at the Intercontinental title, I look at the technical guys. You look at Ricky Steamboat, Kurt Hennig, Macho Man Randy Savage. I mean, you look at these guys that were winning the Intercontinental title, and that's what I wanted to win because that's where the really good wrestlers were. I thought the World Championship was always guys that were okay at wrestling, but they were more characters and mouthpieces that could really emotionally connect with the fans. Whereas it seemed like, at least back when I was watching and really coming up through the wrestling ranks, that the IC title is always where the workhorses were. And I always wanted to be considered one of those workhorses. the guy like Kurt Hennig that could just go, could just, I mean, there was no question about it. He could wrestle a broomstick and make it look like a champion. Um, and we're technical, very, very technical. And I love that style of wrestling. I love that old school, real technical wrestling. I really enjoy that a lot. But yeah, the IC title is definitely something I would have liked to have been more involved with, especially near the end of my career at that point.
And I'm guessing, as Bruce Pritchard has spoken so highly of you in the clips I've heard of him talking about you, I guess you probably had a good relationship with him as a producer.
Yeah, I think Bruce and we got along. I like Bruce. He's a good dude. He's very business orientated. Bruce, while he does have his wild side, when it comes to buckling down, I think Bruce understands what fans want. And again, it goes back. It's not hard. It's not difficult to understand. You just gotta keep it simple. And I think Bruce is really good at keeping things simple. And he understands when you present something to him, the first thing I think Bruce Pritchard looks at, is that going to leave money on the table, or are we going to get it all? And if there's money left on the table with your idea and he can't manipulate it into something that's going to not leave money on the table, he throws it out, and he should. And, I like guys like that, man. Never leave money on the table. You leave money on the table, you're not just hurting yourself, you're hurting now all the other talent around you as well.
Now, I have some political related questions. These are all from fans, so I might not actually know what I'm talking about with some of these questions. One of the fans, Patrick, had a question for you that you feel that the police are mafia, and he was wondering how you expect society to function without police around.
Well, and this is where we go to indoctrination. 13 years of government teaching children in the most impressionable years of their lives that you need government to supply security for society. And after 13 years of being indoctrinated or educated in a government school, that they're not going to teach you that there are other ways to provide security for society that doesn't involve an extortion racket called taxation. So it's understandable that when you come out of 13 years of so-called free government education, the majority of the people are going to think we need police. They don't think outside that box. I call public education indoctrination camps. And inside these indoctrination camps, after 13 years of having children in those halls and walls for 8 hours a day, it shouldn't surprise anyone that their brains have been confined to these boxes and they can't think outside the box. So when I hear human beings say, well, if you don't have taxes, who's going to police? You're going to have chaos. Who's going to be the police? It's like, have you ever actually stopped and started to think about possible ways that the human population can provide security for themselves within communities and whatnot without an extortion racket called taxation? And the majority of people don't have a clue what I'm talking about. You can privatize police forces. I'm not against police. I'm not against peacekeepers or a security force or a peacekeeping force of some kind. What I'm against is the funding of what we call police today. There's a couple of things with that. Extortion is extortion because you are victimizing someone that earned wealth, and you're using intimidation, coercion, and force to extract that wealth from that human being. It doesn't matter whether you call yourself a private citizen that's using intimidation, coercion, and force, or you have that private citizen that now is now labeled a government, a politician. It's extortion is a crime not because a politician writes it on paper. It's a crime because it victimizes someone. The fact that government runs under this label called government, or humans run under this label called government, doesn't change the fact that you're victimizing human beings that labored for the wealth they have. you're still using intimidation, coercion, and force. And cops today are the beneficiaries of that intimidation, coercion, and force. They willfully pursue a career where they know their entire paychecks, every single penny that funds their standard of living and that will fund their pension, is stolen loot. So excuse me for questioning the morality and the ethics of every police officer in America and Canada. It's one of those things where I'm not against policing. I'm against the extortion racket that funds policing. We can do better. We're human beings. We have brains in our head for a reason. We can devise ways of funding the security that we all want, need, and desire without resorting to the criminal activity of extortion. And I think these IRS agents all need to be fired. They should be given an opportunity. You can walk off the job now and nothing will happen to you. Go get a job in the private sector and serve your community. Flip burgers for people that want to eat burgers. Fix cars for people that need to have their cars fixed. Create TVs for people that want to buy your TV. But to call people up on the phone and say, you owe us so much money because I'm an IRS agent, you're just a professionally bought and paid for extortionist, and you should be in jail, period. Just because you call yourself an IRS agent doesn't mean what you're doing is not a crime. It's victimization of private sector humans. So these people that say, we need police. Okay, I'm all for peacekeepers. Let's find a different way to fund them. And when you have police that are being paid for with stolen loot by the professional extortionists, what do? They start writing. They don't just fix your potholes and keep you safe. Now they're going to use the people that are paid for with money that's been stolen from all of us. They're not just there to keep us safe. They're there to enforce the diktats of mafia bosses called politicians. Grow the wrong plant, and we'll send over the guy that's supposed to keep you safe to put handcuffs on you. And if you resist, he'll shoot you dead. And to me, that's insanity. That is absolute insanity, but it's normalized because people come out of 13 years of government education fully indoctrinated to believe that that's the normal thing to do. It's not normal at all. You're literally legitimizing criminals. And they're looked at as heroes now. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. If I forced another human being to pay me money, I'd be considered a criminal. And an IRS agent isn't considered a criminal. They're doing the exact same thing I would do. But, government is criminal from top to bottom. I'm for maybe a body of representatives. But instead of having IRS agents, let's have professional fundraisers. People go to university for 2 to 4 years to learn how to run charities and run fundraisers. Let's replace all the politicians with fundraisers and have them raise the funds to fix our roads and to pay our peacekeeping forces. I'm all for peacekeeping forces, whether it be police, whether it be private security companies, whatever the case may be. What I'm against is the criminal enterprise of the IRS stealing money from people in order to fund politicians' heavies, the mafia bosses, politicians' heavies. That's who we're funding.
And what are your thoughts on voter by mail and voter ID?
Well, it's that I haven't really given a whole lot of thought to. I'm against anybody being required to have ID of any kind. I think you should be as anonymous as you want to be or be as well known as you want to be. It's supposed to be, a free country. This idea of, it goes back to the idea of force. If they want to do it, I'm okay with it, but don't make it mandatory. Make it voluntary. And then open up the free market or take the government rules and regulations off the free market so that private enterprise can devise innovative ways that people can identify themselves to people they want to work with. I don't think we need government IDs. I think private sector can do far better than anything government can do.
Was Pizzagate real?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if you're a rational thought and you can look at facts and not let social justice emotions get in the way where you just ignore facts, just go read John Podesta's emails and tell me that son of a bitch is not a pedophile. The guy is clearly a pedophile. And you look at not just what the emails that were dropped from WikiLeaks, but you look at the people he hangs out with. I mean, the known pedophiles. Dennis Hassert was a Republican pedophile, convicted, by the way, and he was really good friends with John Podesta. You got Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, these guys are child pedophiles. They literally ran a child pedophile ring, and not just in America or Washington, D.C., but it was a global pedophilia ring. And I still believe it's operational today.
Do you think Jeffrey Epstein is dead, or do you think he killed himself?
That is something I don't think any of us will ever know for sure. I definitely believe he did not kill himself. I believe there's a good chance he's still alive, but I also think there's a good chance he could be dead. But he was dead. If he's dead, he was definitely murdered. But is he still alive? I think that's definitely a possibility. That guy had so many powerful connections, so many people that visited that island. And from what the evidence points to, it appears that Jeffrey Epstein was in intelligence with the Israeli Mossad. And obviously, we can't say for sure because we don't have 100% facts that prove this. But there are a lot of little facts that are definitely shedding light on the fact that, yeah, this could very well be a possibility. And it's definitely plausible that he was an agent for the Israeli Mossad, which is a mafia. The Israeli Mossad is they're just like the CIA. They are mafia. Mafia has their people in powerful positions in the Mossad and in CIA as well. And I think that the Israeli Mossad funded his expose into mingling with wealthy and rich people and politicians that are looking to cozy up with those wealthy and rich people. He found the corruptible ones and blackmails them by having them videotaped or video recorded raping children. Why would he do that? In order for the Mossad to use blackmail. Hey, Bill Clinton, we'll help to use corporations that are connected with us to help fund your campaign to become president of the United States. And you keep the money coming from American taxpayers into Israel. And if you don't, here's a videotape that the world will see. And I think that happens. I think that's another reason you cannot have a platform called government that has the kind of power and control it does over private sector humans. Literally the power to steal wealth, and not have that platform called government be an absolute magnet for the criminal element in all of society. And so, mafia, of course, they want political power. And they've spent decades acquiring political power, getting their sons into political positions of power. And it's people don't believe that happens. It's happened all throughout history, and it's happening today. And I think pedophilia is just one of the tools that these vicious criminal mafia members use to make sure that the politicians, their hacks, keep the money flowing to Israel. And I think Jeffrey Epstein was definitely one of the guys that was uncovered and exposed for doing that. And I believe that's what's going on there. And so it may be that the Israeli Mossad, along with their mafia partners in the CIA, partnered up and got Jeffrey Epstein out of that jail and left a dead man that looked just like him in his place. And if you notice in any of the autopsy shots, they never show the face. They only show the neck and the chest. That's kind of suspicious, I would say. There are just a lot of little things that when you understand what government really is, and then you look at the small facts that people ignore in the story of what happened, it's hard to not believe that happened.
Who do you think's going to win the 2020 general election?
Man, the way it is right now, Trump is going to win it hands down. I think the Democrats know it. I think the Democrats are extremely excited about having the economy shut down. Trump, even though he's got banker hands all over him, he did understand that lower taxation and less regulation does spur the economy. And the economy, let's face it, even though it was all based on the printing of money to keep stocks high, people were producing. Manufacturing was coming back to the United States. I mean, when you don't threaten companies, private sector humans that are running companies, when you don't threaten them with a massive extortion racket, they tend to want to do business where you're at. So businesses were coming back, people were getting back to work. And I think the Democrats are extremely happy that this BS called the coronavirus pandemic has shut the entire economy down. They're extremely happy at this point in time. And I don't see it ending. I see the Democrats constantly watering the fear-mongering campaign to keep it going all the way through to the election so that they can say that Trump caused the economy to implode, that Trump cost everybody their jobs, that people are losing their homes now because they can't pay their mortgage. And on top of that, they're trying to get people addicted to free money. It's insanity. And they don't even understand where this money's coming from. When government has the central banking cartel print money out of thin air, it's literally stealing the value of all of our work, our labor, our skills, and our talents right out of the dollar bills we've already worked for. They're literally stealing that value, placing that value that you labored for into brand new bills, and then giving it to the sheep. And the sheep are like, I can't wait to get my check. They just stole it from you, and now they're going to give you a little bit back. But again, it goes back to government controlling education and putting people's brains in that little box where they can't think outside that box, and they don't see what's happening. And it's sad. It's so sad to see an entire population so heavily indoctrinated.
Did you ever get the chance to meet Trump at a WWE event?
I did. It was when he was working with WWE. Met him a couple times. And I remember the very first time I shook his hand, I walked up to him and I was a fan of him. I was a fan, he's a creative guy. And he's a go-getter. He's a workaholic, obviously. Just the buildings that he helped create are home to people that really love living in those buildings. And in the casinos, they were home to people that love to gamble. So he created things that private sector humans wanted, needed, and desired, and became a billionaire because of it. And to me, that's inspirational. There are some things that I do not like about Trump at all. From what I understand, he used eminent domain against an elderly lady that did not want to sell her property. And I think eminent domain is wrong on all different. It's criminal, and I think he should go to prison for that. But as far as his work ethic, it's inspirational for sure. I mean, that's a work ethic that's like a Vince McMahon work ethic. I don't even think Vince McMahon sleeps. I think he's constantly working.
And what do you think of Trump's relationship with Rand Paul?
So I don't know a whole lot about the Rand Paul Trump relationship. I know they've had a couple of times where they've gotten together on certain things, and then other times where they've gone completely in opposite directions. Rand Paul is one of the most libertarian folks in government today. So I tend to look at what he says with, I guess, with a little more believability than I would Trump. That said, Rand Paul is not his dad. He's not Ron Paul. Ron Paul is very, very moral, very, very ethical. It's one of those things where Rand Paul is still a statist. He's just he's like Kane almost. He's a minimal statist, is what I would say, and it's the statism that I'm against completely.
Now, I'm not sure I know how to pronounce this. This is a fan question, but your thoughts on the Canaan, also known as Q? Maybe I'm mispronouncing it wrong.
Yeah, I don't put a whole lot of faith into what this whole Q guy says. I tend to believe government's evil, man. And I think there are people out there that do try to examine facts and not pay attention to mainstream media and really come to their own conclusions based on the facts in front of them that they've acquired. And I think a lot of those people are putting faith in Q when, number one, they have no idea who that guy is. Number two, government is riddled. I mean, the history of government is riddled with criminals that manipulate people. And I think Q may be a controlled distraction from criminals in the private or in the banking cartel, the central banking cartel, maybe the military industrial complex. I think he's, and I could be wrong. These are just my opinions based on the little bit of information that I have about Q, which isn't a whole lot. But I would say there's a good chance that he is controlled opposition, feeding the critical thinkers just enough to keep them hooked, but at the same time keep them distracted from real facts that are out there. For example, John Podesta's emails. The guy's a pedophile. It's one thing where I don't understand how when people say there's no facts proving John Podesta's a pedophile, and WikiLeaks dropped the emails. If you're a rational person and you can read through those emails and still come out saying that John Podesta is not a pedophile, I think you might need to go see a psychologist. I mean, his emails are there public for everybody to see, and yet these people that try to say, "Oh yeah, you're just a tin foil hat wearing son of a bitch," there's no way he's a pedophile. I don't know what else to say. The emails are there. You can read them for yourself. You know what I mean? It's incredible that people, and I think that's something that Q may be distracting critical thinkers from. Critical thinkers are always looking for little bits and pieces of information that they can acquire. And I think when Q drops a little piece, it keeps the critical thinkers distracted as they examine the facts or the information that Q drops.
And Chris Korbelik wanted me to ask you why you do your audits at your local post office when their employees are low level and don't have anything to do with the operation of the government.
Well, it's one of those things where they work for government. They are government employees. And this is getting back to exercising our rights and showing you on the most basic level, showing humanity on the most basic level, where even the lowest level government employee will violate your rights, even when they took an oath to uphold the Constitution. And, we walk into a post office. Those are government employees. They're there to serve us. And every private sector human has a right to video record inside public places that we all pay for and not be interfered with by government employees that are supposed to deliver our mail. But what happened when I walked into that Ahwatukee post office? I literally had I think she was the postmaster, come out and assault me. She literally put her hands on me. No, you can't do that. Call the police. Call the police. It's like, where did she learn that behavior? She's a government employee. She's there to serve us. And if our cameras are something that she's completely against, she needs to lose her job and go back to studying what our Constitution has. It's not a Constitution that gives you your rights. The First Amendment, freedom of the press. Freedom of the press. The Constitution doesn't give you that right. You are already born as a human being with that right. The Constitution was just the founding fathers' attempt to create a document that would recognize those natural rights that we're all born with, enshrine those rights, and in an attempt to stop government employees from violating these rights. Well, the post office is a prime example. The Constitution protects you from nothing, because that postmaster, that old lady, came and literally assaulted me for doing nothing but exercising my First Amendment right to freedom of the press and video recording in a public space inside a government building. And when you see government employees disrespecting your rights like that, how do they expect us to respect their job? We need to get back to, hey, you have these rights for a reason. There are men and women years and years and years ago that gave their lives for you to have those rights. The least you can do is exercise them at every turn. And people don't do that anymore. People do not exercise their rights. When that lady assaulted me, there was a younger guy that was inside the post office that came running out and got in my face to try and back up the postal employee. Why would he do that? 13 years of free government education put in his brain in a little tiny box. And he doesn't understand his own rights or other people's rights. And instead, if government says you do so, you do so. And I'm not down with that. And I don't think anybody else should be either.
Where can I watch that video? I never saw it.
Yeah, it's on my YouTube channel at topshelfanarchy.com. And you'll see a few post office ones on there.
Do you mind if when you're talking about this part of the video, if I put like a clip of it over top of your talking so people could see what you're
Yeah,
talking
for
about?
sure, brother.
Okay. And the final political question I'll ask you is from Paul Rosenberg. He says, is it possible that this whole pandemic thing was an attempt to crash the Western economy by China? And so, in turn, Trump is borrowing money from the Federal Reserve so we can merge it with the Treasury and then audit the Federal Reserve, eliminate the national debt, and eliminate income tax?
No, I don't believe that at all. I believe this was planned. Bill Gates had Event 201. If you're ever interested in reading about that, just Google Event 201. Bill Gates and his foundation are for population control, along with these global central bankers. They're using vaccines to accomplish that. They also, in Event 201, literally described, this is back last October, literally described what is factually happening right now. And so I think this was completely planned. The Federal Reserve, the central banking cartel of Europe, partnered up and found very corrupt local bankers here in America. One of them, J.P. Morgan. They funded his entire local bank here to become a big bank in America, which made him powerful, made him connected with politicians. And then they used J.P. Morgan to attract corruptible politicians, meet at Jekyll Island, and hammer out the details of how they were going to create the Federal Reserve and bring the European Central Bank and set up shop right here in America. And it opened up in 1913. Since 1913, they've been printing money out of thin air. Now, at first, the deal was, okay, we'll allow the European central bankers to print the money that we all work for, but it's going to be backed by gold. Okay, as long as they get set up shop, they can do with that deal for a while. Then in 1971, Nixon removed gold off the U.S. dollar. From 1971 until today, every year they printed more and more and more money, and now you're seeing that slow rise in money supply, and you're seeing that go parabolic. And we started to see that at the beginning of Trump's, or not Trump's term, at the beginning of Bush's term, after 9/11. You saw the takeover of the security at the airports. You saw Bush literally double the national debt by printing money out of thin air like it's nothing, just water pouring out of a faucet. Then came along Obama, and Obama doubled it again. Obama put America into more debt than all 43 presidents before him combined. The printing of money has gone parabolic. And now Trump is already on pace to surpass Obama. The dollar, I mean, it's literally the printing of money is just, it's gone parabolic to the point none of us have ever seen the printing of money like this. None of us, well, a lot of us still aren't seeing it. Why? Because everybody's paying attention to COVID-19. What will happen, however, is that $13 tub of butter that people buy today, $600 to $1,000 this time next year or the year after. Hyperinflation is no joke, and it literally destroys everybody's lives. And I think COVID-19 is definitely a pandemic that is distracting from the collapse of the US dollar. And if you look all throughout history, during the collapses, what did the politicians do? They didn't stop the printing because that caused damage too. They've already got they're too deep into this mess. So what do? They try to print off more and more and more, faster and faster and faster, trying to print their way out of this mess. And it just gets worse and worse and worse until the dollar is worthless. And that's the track we're on right now. That is absolutely the track we're on right now. And COVID-19, the pandemic, it covers a few different bases for government. It allows them to eventually come out with this vaccine that their big pharmaceutical guys are going to make a few $billion off of just vaccinating everybody. And it also completely distracts from the printing of currency out of thin air, which is the theft of value we already work for, literally stealing the value of the dollars we already worked for. It's theft. They should all be rounded up and arrested.
And if people want to know more about your political views, you mentioned your YouTube channel, about where are the social media that they can follow you at?
Yeah, so they can find me on Facebook and on Twitter, of course, at Val Venis ENT. But I'm starting to do a lot more things on blockchain-based platforms, decentralized blockchain-based platforms like Minds, Minds.com. I'm on that platform now as well. Gab, which is a decentralized Twitter alternative. So I'm on Gab now as well. Also, YouTube's going to have some big competition from a blockchain-based alternative called Library, called LBRY.TV. Absolutely phenomenal platform. I just signed up not too long ago, and I'm going to start really, creating content and putting it up on Library. Not a lot of people know about it yet, but they will. They will. It's a phenomenal platform, censorship free. You own your account. There's no human being on the planet that can ban you or suspend you or anything like that. They can downvote your content if they don't like your content and make it harder for other people to see, but they can never stop you from posting. There's not a human being that can stop you from exercising freedom of speech.
And a bunch of fans wanted me to ask you if you ever had the chance to share a joint with RVD.
I did on many occasions. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. RVD's, he's a great guy, man. I like RVD. I think RVD and I are somewhat on the same page in some aspects of politics, but I think RVD leans a little more to the left on some issues. But I love RVD, man. He's a great dude, great talent, and I love blazing with RVD. We start picking each other's brains, coming up with ideas, and he's a great dude, no question.
And I know the Godfather lights up every now and then. I think I had some with him before his shoot interview in Vegas. How was he in The Right to Censor to work with?
Godfather is one of my favorite people, man. He was always amazing to work with. I hung out with Godfather quite a bit when we were doing, road trips. Even when we did the Hulkamania tour in Australia, him and I hung out most of the time, just because we both have a thing for pot. So it was. I've always liked working with Godfather. Right to Censor was. It's not a point. It's not a. I don't even know how to say that. We'll just keep it big. Right to Censor was not my favorite thing to do, but Godfather made it bearable. He made it fun. If it wasn't for him, I probably would have gone stir crazy in those long black pants and the dress shirt with the tie. I probably would have gone stir crazy if it wasn't for Godfather.
How was Steven Richards to work with?
Steve Richards is great. I think he's crazy. I think he's a lunatic. But he's a great guy. He's always fun to work with. I know him. I know that Stevie Richards and some of the talent that were backstage, they butted heads a few times, but I never had issues with Stevie Richards. I always liked the guy. Good dude, and was never easily offended either. So I could take pot shots at him, and he'd throw pot shots back at me. And we laugh about it after, that was a good one, whatever. He was always a good dude. Good dude.
When you say he's crazy, in what way is he crazy?
Man. Well, he's one of those very eccentric guys that I don't know if he sleeps. He's one of those guys that I believe can be a workaholic too. He's outside of the norm when it comes to work ethic. The guy works hard. No matter if you like him or if you don't like him, no one can ever take away his work ethic. I've watched that guy go from an okay shaped guy. He was in okay shape, but he just looked like the boy next door, to getting absolutely shredded and staying that way. And he's one of those guys that when he sets his mind to something, he doesn't stop. He gets possessed by it. He sets a goal and he does not stop trying to achieve that goal. And that's something that I admire in humans. I admire humans that can set goals and they don't care what stands in front of them. They're going to work their asses off to meet that goal. And that's always something I look to for inspiration. So Stevie Richards, I mean, he's crazy in the sense that his work ethic is what I would consider crazy. He doesn't stop. He keeps going until he reaches whatever it is he's trying to achieve.
And what about Ivory? She seems like a sweetheart.
Ivory is a sweetheart. Yeah, she was always really cool, man. Never a bad thing to say about Ivory, man. She was a hard worker, tough as man. I watched Stevie Richards. We were in the ring one day, and everybody's just goofing around doing their thing. And Stevie and Ivory started like kind of shooting on each other a little bit. And at first I go, oh, we've got a little Greco-Roman going on here. And they all of a sudden I turned around and I see Stevie Richards with Ivory way up in the air and just spine busters or slams her through the mat. And her legs went ping. And Stevie Richards was right on top of her in the middle of her legs. And she hit so hard that I was like, oh my God, what the hell? And she didn't stop either. She didn't sell it. She kept on going. And I mean, he drove her through the mat. Ivory is tough as they come, man. She's tough as nails. That's one thing I think a lot of people look at Ivory and go, oh, she's a pretty woman. She's gorgeous. She's beautiful, blah, blah, blah. I think Ivory's beauty may have distracted from the fact that's one tough bitch right there. I mean, she was tough. Just the fact that she no-sold that massive spine buster from Stevie Richards was impressive, and kept on going too. They kept rolling around afterwards. It was pretty impressive.
And of course, Bull Buchanan was also part of that. A lot of people forget. Why didn't he ever make it further? He had a top body, but we never really heard from him after that.
Yeah, it's a good question. Bull Buchanan was a great guy too, man. He was a decent worker. I wouldn't say he was the best worker in the world, but yeah, he had a great look. I think they could have done a lot with him. I don't know. I don't know why WWE didn't use him. I think it depends on who's on the writing staff. If you got guys that are on the writing staff, I mean, they're all looking at talent as well and seeing who they could create storylines for. And I think when they looked at Bull Buchanan, I think they kind of gave him more of it kind of reminds me of the boy next door. It's all jacked. And can you make money with the boy next door? Maybe. But I can't think of ways you can do it, because who's going to pay really to see the boy next door? You want to see something that's different, something that's intriguing, something that's now that's not to say they couldn't have, but I think he would definitely have had to have changed something that would have made him stand out. I think that's what the issue was. He didn't stand out from this small pond of talent that's infested with talent. It was hard for him to stand out and really be something that was different, because he had the body, he had the looks, he had decent, basic good wrestling skills that you could definitely get by with, and he was a hard worker. So it was a matter of coming up with something that would have been captivating for Bull Buchanan, and that never happened. No one ever came up with something that would have been captivating for the fans. Ultimately, it's what the fans, you're trying to separate the fans from their money, and you want them to feel satisfied that they did give you the money after they're done watching whatever it is they're watching. And I don't know if Bull Buchanan would have satisfied the fans being just Bull Buchanan. I think he would have needed to come up with something quite a bit different.
Now, he looks like a guy, I don't know him personally, that may have taken some performance-enhancing stuff here or there. What's your views on WWE? I guess they allow testosterone replacement therapy and possibly human growth hormone now, but steroids in general are banned, I guess.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's a private company. They can make any rules they want. And because it's a private company, I don't have to agree with the rules. I'll support them making the rules they want. That's just the way it is. It's their company. If it was my company, I can tell you what I would do. I would definitely have a wellness program, but I wouldn't ban steroids. I definitely wouldn't ban pot. Um, but I'd also be open with the guys and say, hey, listen, um, if you are wanting to take these performance enhancing drugs and you think that's going to make this company money, and we can make that happen, then let's get you some of the best doctors that we can afford to make sure you're doing it safely. To me, government again has demonized something that when a human being decides they want to do something that's not going to harm anyone else, they should be allowed to do it. They should have the freedom and the liberty to do it. And I think the rest of us, and of course, they're going to do things that are going to benefit them or that they think are going to benefit them. They're not going to do something they know is not going to benefit them. I don't think any human in the world would do that. So if somebody says, oh, I want to have a bodybuilder-like physique because I want to go compete on a stage somewhere, well, hey, in order to get a bodybuilder physique, you need to use steroids. And I think criminalizing that or banning steroids, it's not going to stop steroids, number one. And number two, it makes it more dangerous because now you're relying on the black market to supply those steroids, and they're not getting the medical help that maybe people want, need, and desire. And so I think being more free and more liberty, yes, hey, that guy uses steroids. He's under professional medical care and he makes money doing with what he's doing. He made that choice. Let's enjoy what he's created for himself. Fans of bodybuilding, and I'm one of them. I don't want to go to a bodybuilding show and watch the boy next door sit there with his skinny ass little six pack. I want to see guys that are jacked and freakish looking. And that takes steroids to do. I would prefer it if they did it under medical supervision and not rely on dirty black market steroids. But most people think that's cheating or whatever. And I'm all for sports that want to go completely natural. We showcase natural athletes. We test them. We make sure that they're on nothing but just natural foods or whatever. And then you can have a competing company that says, hey, our guys do engage in performance enhancing drugs, and let the customers decide which product they want to view. And quite frankly, I'd probably go to the steroid bodybuilding show to watch those guys. And I don't think many people would disagree with me going over to that one to spend my money.
Now, I'm not asking you this from personal experience, but because you wrestled in Mexico extensively, is it true that you could just walk into a pharmacy at Mexico and basically ask for whatever steroids you want and just get
Oh yeah,
them?
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. And I did it. I did it. It was one of those things where not all pharmacies, but if you go to 5 of them, you'll find one that'll be like, yeah, sure. I had one when I went to get some testosterone, and I walked in and said, "Hey, do you guys have vials of testosterone?" And they were like, "You need a prescription." And I showed him $20 US, and he goes, "That's good enough." So it
That's
is what
funny.
it is. You know what I mean?
Because I do remember in Puerto Rico, you could get, I've never been a pain pill guy, but you could get as many pain pills as you want there without a prescription.
Yeah,
And
somas as well were a big thing down in Puerto Rico. Um, those pain pills, man, man, those things are bad news. They've killed a lot of our friends, man. And obviously, being an anarchist, I would never want opiates banned because the reality is they kill pain very, very effectively. Um, but I think a wise way to use them is only for very, very short term, because you go even a little longer than just short term, your body quickly becomes addicted to that stuff. And once you have an addiction to opiates, it's horrendous to try and get off. I took them for 3 months straight after I got 6 pins in my shoulder back in 2009. And it was 2007 when I got the 6 pins. I'm sorry, I left WWE in 2009. But 2007, I had 6 pins in my shoulder, and I took those pain pills every day, 3 times a day for 3 months while I was locked in a brace. And I was only getting an hour of sleep a night, 15 minutes here, 20 minutes there. I had to sleep in a recliner. It was just constant throbbing from those 6 pins in my shoulder. And the pain pills, dulled the pain enough to where it made it bearable and I could get a few minutes of sleep here and a few minutes of sleep there. At the end of 3 months, I woke up in the recliner one morning and I went, whoa, I slept all night. That's incredible. I hadn't slept all night in 3 months. And then I started like thinking, I don't feel any more throbbing in my shoulder. The pain went away. It feels like somebody just flipped a switch. And finally the pain went away and I slept all night. So I didn't take a pill that day. And the very next day, I was only on for 3 months. The very next day I was in the fetal position, ice cold, but covered in sweat. And of course, coming out both ends. And that lasted for 2 weeks, man, those withdrawals. And it was one of the most horrific times of my life. It's I feel so deeply for people that are going through opiate withdrawals, man. And I completely understand how it's very difficult to go through those withdrawals and not just take that one pill just to end the withdrawals for a day. And of course, once you take that pill to end the withdrawals, you're starting them all over again. And and of course, if you can't get through the withdrawals, that's really where the addiction is. I think a lot of people get addicted because it kills the pain and it does give them euphoria. But after a while, everybody starts to feel, okay, I'm addicted to these things. I don't want to take them. But if I stop taking them, I get deathly ill. And I think it's the fear of getting deathly ill that just keeps people taking them. I don't want to go through withdrawals today. I'll do it next week. I don't want to go through, they just keep kicking the can down the road. And of course, we all see where that leads. It's yeah. If I get pain, I just smoke a joint now, and I'm not going to say pot kills pain at all. It does dull it down, but what it does do very effectively, it changes your perception of pain. You don't care that it's painful, and the good thing with that is you can still feel the pain, so you can reduce your range of motion, so you're not causing more damage because you can feel the pain. With opiates, it kills the pain so much that you start, your range of motion just goes right back to normal, and now you're causing more damage. So I think there's a benefit to pot on many different levels, and not so many benefits to opiates.
For the shoulder surgery, was that an overuse injury that it just piled up, or was that something directly from a match?
So it's one of those things where this is how the doctor described it to me. How it happened, I was in Europe. We were doing I believe it was a 3-week tour in Europe. And I took just a normal flat back bump like I've done a million times beforehand. And I felt my shoulder go pop, pop. First time it's ever done that. Never had an issue with my shoulders. When it went out, when it came back in, it sliced all the tendons. And so when I got back to the States and I went to Dr. Maddox out here in Glendale, Arizona, they sent me for an MRI, and he started to tell me that years of doing heavy weights behind my neck for military press frayed the tendons in my shoulders. And it frayed it so much that they were all hanging on by literally a string, which I knew I had a little bit of ache and pain in my shoulder, but it never felt out of the ordinary. But apparently when it went out and came back in again, it was already, all those tendons were only holding on by a thread. And that was just enough to pop them all off. And so, that's what I was told by Dr. Maddox. And so military presses behind the neck, maybe not so good for your shoulder tendons.
Have you known anyone that's...
He said I should use dumbbells and do them to the front. And I did them to the front as well, but he says don't do them to the back anymore. And so I stopped doing them to the back.
I know they've got a stem cell therapy place in Phoenix. Do you know any wrestlers or anyone personally that's had that? Because I've heard it's been helping some wrestlers without surgery.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it too deeply. I know RVD's had the stem cell therapy done. Ken Shamrock has. I'm not sure exactly what it does or how it does it. It's something I'm definitely interested in learning about, though, for sure. They seem to have gotten decent results from it. So I heard Kevin Nash. I haven't talked to Nash about it, but I heard he was also he also got stem cell therapy.
I believe he had it done in Phoenix too. And Dan Severin too. who also
Yeah,
lives in.
I saw Dan Severn. Dan Severn, saw him. What was it? He came by the shop about a year ago, I guess. And he's in the CBD business now, and
Yeah.
he's really good with it. Yeah,
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 I never would have expected him to join the club. Even Bob Backlund. I've seen a news report. Bob Backlund takes CBD before he works out now.
yeah. It's a great cannabinoid, but yeah, you're right. I never, ever, ever would have imagined that Mister Straight Laced himself, Dan Severn, would get involved in the CBD industry. But I mean, facts are facts. You can only ignore facts for so long. And cannabis has some phenomenal medicinal properties to it. CBD is just one of those. And people can demonize cannabis all they want, but that plant is probably one. Well, no, not probably. It is the most useful plant mankind has available to them. And it's only a matter of time before I think somebody as straight laced as Dan Severn finally, let's face it, that guy's straight laced as straight laced can be. And
Yeah.
for him to come out and say CBD is a great product, it's natural, non toxic, and it's a phenomenal anti inflammatory. For him to come out and say that, it's inspiring because you start to see people that would have been anti years ago. And now they're starting to accept the facts for what they are. And now they're promoting those facts to others as well. And the facts are CBD is a phenomenal anti-inflammatory, and it's great for a lot of different conditions. And better than anything the pharmaceutical companies come up with for anti-inflammatories, that's for sure.
Now, when you say anti-inflammatories, is that from rubbing it directly on the infected area or just taking it in however you're going to take it?
Both, both. Whether you take it internally or you turn it into a cream or a pain rub, the cannabinoids will attach to CB1 and CB2 receptors, and that's where the anti-inflammatory magic happens. And you got those cannabinoid receptors all throughout your body. It's in your skin, your eyes, everywhere. There's obviously more concentrations in your brain and in your chest, but it's everywhere. And so when you can stimulate your own endocannabinoid system with cannabinoids like CBD, there are a lot of health benefits that can be experienced from that.
Well, thanks a lot for talking to us. I really appreciate you answering all of the questions and giving such detailed answers. Is there anything else you'd like to tell the viewers before we close off here?
Yeah, man, I'd like to say keep being huge wrestling fans. Keep supporting the wrestlers out there because the more you support them, the better the content they're going to create. And let's abolish government. Can we all please get together and abolish government? We're human beings. We can all interact with each other without having a ruling class telling us what we can and cannot do. And let's abolish this extortion racket called taxation. Let's just get rid of it.
And I can't close this off without getting your catchphrase.
Oh yeah. Okay, you ready for this?
Yes.
All right, here we go. It's been a minute. Hello, ladies.